Dur dur dur. Dur dur dur. Dur dur dur. Dur dur. Dur dur. Durder, a durder. Durder, durder. Durder.
Tribune.
Durder. 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 A durder.
Tribune. Tribune.
Durder. Durder. Durder.
Tradoon.
Dur.
Tradoon.
no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice soared. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see all of you here today. Happy Tuesday to you. I hope you're having a good one. We're gonna have a fun, chill stream today, so I hope you're ready for that. Let me turn this fan on over here. It is unexpectedly warm in the room. Hang on a sec. That's better. Well, shoot, if anyone's here for the very first time, then let me introduce myself real quick. There. Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here, talking fossil science on Twitch from my office in the San Francisco Bay Area. Whoops. I don't want to knock over the Allosaur skull. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs, but I do. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general, the study of the history of life on Earth. Dinosaurs are but a small portion of that, but they're the portion that I work on. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, I talk about them 5 days a week here on Twitch, and I dig up dinosaurs during the summer. And, well, shoot, how soon is this going to be at this point? I should know this off the top of my head, but it feels like it changes every day. 'Cause it does. Today is Tuesday, May 14th, 2024, and I am going to be streaming from the field starting on the 31st, so 1 week, 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks. I'm going to be in Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs, and live streaming that again, so I'm really excited about that. I hope you're excited too. It is going to be a ton of fun and a wonderful opportunity for some more science outreach.
Looks like we might be live.
There we go.
Let's pull up tomorrow and...
Oh, and hello, sweetie pie.
Yeah. Wyoming is very windy for the most part.
Let's hope it's not as windy this year.
Some of that right now.
Oh, that's a pretty...
yeah, Paleo Mom. How are you doing, Mom? It's
pretty unrealistic hope.
Good day.
Wyoming's always windy.
Can hear you very okay. Okay, good, Tremt. I am glad that is the case.
And yeah, I'm thinking about taking tomorrow off from streaming Gravity because I gotta work on my Spinosaur paper, I've gotta work on my abstracts for SVP. I've got a bunch of science to do before I leave, and so I'll either take off tomorrow or Friday. I actually might change it to Friday. Just because Friday's usually my slowest day anyway, and Balint will not be streaming tomorrow. And so, we're gonna have a serious lack of science streams on YouTube tomorrow, it seems like. Well, of science streams, but also science streams. Balint is traveling tomorrow, so I might move my day off to Friday instead. In fact... Yeah, shoot, I might do that. We shall see, huh? We'll figure it out. But, Sweetie Pie, you are just front and center today, aren't you? How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? And that fan is just... Like you look like an easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl. Look at that. Look at those whiskers blowing in the breeze. Look at you, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Oh, you love just looking straight into the camera, don't you? Don't you? The camera's the other way. It's over there. Nope. Nope, not here. Right here. Look. There you... Oh, you found it. Yeah. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's hereditary, Timmer's Crutch. And we've got Mini Pie as well. Look, Sweetie Pie is looking down at Mini Pie. Mini Pie, how are you doing? Good to have you here too. Welcome, welcome. Well, and I wish I had been able to start the stream earlier because Moon Pie was on the desk for once. Oh, and there's Mini Pie. Well, we've got double cattage right now. Hello, hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? It's funny, Sweetie Pie right here is our newest addition to the household. Well, apart from me. I came after Sweetie Pie did. But, Sweetie Pie, it's funny, she really looks up to Mini Pie. She follows her around, she watches her, she copies what Mini Pie does sometimes. It's funny, you know, the society that cats form. They're not the most social creatures in the world, but they do have kind of a, you know, a social structure. They work things out, don't you? Don't you? Yeah. Let's go ahead and get some cat treats for you. The reason I'm late today is, I think there was a rat or something like that running around in the ceiling and the tubes up there above my office, and I spent a little while trying to figure that out. I haven't heard it in a little bit. Hopefully it exited and it is no longer in there. But after stream, I'm gonna have to go around and check all of the vent openings on the outside of the house and make sure that they're not accessible to rodents or, frankly, any other kinds of mammals. You know, other kinds of mammals. We don't want any platypus getting into there, camels, any proboscideans, elephants especially. Don't want that kind of thing. Or other rodents too. You know, I think it was probably a rat, but, you know, could have been a capybara, pacarana, a drop bear. There you go, music. Yeah, we especially don't want any marsupials in there. They wouldn't do well here in California. Although, you know what? To be fair, there is a lot of eucalyptus in the Bay Area. Introduced, invasive. So there'd be plenty for some koala to eat, I suppose. Yeah. Anywho, let's get some treats for these cats, shall we? But today we've got a brand new dinosaur to discuss. A new titanosaur from Brazil. It seems like anytime there's a new dinosaur described from South America, it's like a 50-50 shot at some kind of titanosaur. During the late Cretaceous, those critters were everywhere in South America. So anyway, it's exciting. We do have a new titanosaur to discuss. We'll take a look at that. Yeah. Anywho. And Grim Deviant says, once an elephant gets in your walls, it's nearly impossible to get them out. I presume you're speaking from experience there, Grim Deviant. I'm sorry for that. I hope that event did not result in tragedy. Anyway, let's get some treats for these mammals here. Yeah, you want some treats? Okay. Oh, you know that sound. Yeah, you do. Treats galore for all the cats. Take a look. Oh, we might see part of the pecking order here. It's funny, Sweetie Pie is generally not as tenacious or as aggressive as Mini Pie. Mini Pie is probably going to eat the majority of these. We'll see. Sweetie Pie got at least one. Good for you, Sweetie Pie. Good for you. Yeah. And Claire Burr says, want to know why cats can't see things right in front of their face? I do want to know, Claire Burr. I'm trying to come up with a joke answer, and I'm failing. I don't know. Why is that? There's a super short SciShow vid? Is that true? Well, well, well. We'll have to take a look at that, Claire. That sounds cool. Oh, and I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. All right, Mini Pie, the floor is yours. You eat those treats. Clean them up. Here, let's give a few to Sweetie Pie. Hey, Sweetie. There you go. Let's get another one for her, too. Yeah. Oh, good song for you, Mini Pie, except you're not a Pink Panther. You are a Black Panther. Yeah. Power to the people, Mini Pie. Well. Yeah, let's give another one of these to Sweetie. Appropriate music for a house panther? Yes, indeed, Texas Cryptid. Look at her. She is quite the panther here. Aren't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. You gobble those up. Eat them, eat them. Those are good for your teeth. That's why I'm giving them to you. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I'm like the dentist at Halloween who gives out toothbrushes and stuff to trick-or-treaters. That's what I'm doing. These are dental treats for you. So eat them, eat them. Making my job easier. I guess an evil-coded dentist would give out, I don't know, the worst kind of candy at Halloween in order to drum up business for him or herself. But that's not me. Danny is the nice dentist, says Mary Ellen. Yeah, there you go. Jawbreakers, yeah. There you go, Murph. All of these children holding their broken jaws. Yeah. It would be like this. Except with jaw injuries instead. And various tooth maladies.
Otto, you okay?
Yeah, just popped my shoulder back in. Ooh, thanks, buddy. Hey, I lost my turn.
Oh, my arm! Whee! Ow! I bit my tongue. Each leap brings us closer to God. Catch me, Lord, catch me! Whee! Ow! Ow! What have we done to make God angry? You did it! Stop jumping on me! I'm hurt!
Kids, once you get hurt, move aside and let other people jump.
Homer, this is terrible.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
I told you this was a bad idea.
All right. I'll get rid of the trampoline. Hey, Krusty, I'm bringing back the...
You just keep right on driving.
Anyway, yeah. There you go, Lenina. I was trying to remember what that was a reference to. I thought it was maybe Gettysburg, the movie, but no. It was Gone with the Wind. Okay. It's been a long time. Anywho, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. Let me, well, you know who you're... If you're here, you already know that you're here. Hello to everybody. I'm glad you're here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. We're going to talk about that new Titanosaur today. We're going to talk about all kinds of cool stuff. We don't really have an overarching theme for today. It's going to be a fairly, you know, go-with-the-flow kind of stream. Sometimes these are the most fun, so I'm glad you're here. We do have something to discuss today. I don't know how much we're going to talk about this, because... Music, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Music. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Like days we loaded you up with deep dives, Jody Fish? Yeah. It'll be kind of like that. But any questions that anybody has, do not hesitate. Today is a day for questions. So if you have questions about dinosaurs in particular, or about natural history more broadly, about the origins of the diversity of life on Earth, any questions like that, today is your day. Do not hesitate with those questions. How will he know I'm here? Casey Snowhart. I appreciate you, Casey. It's good to see you. Lovely stream last night, too. Sorry I couldn't stick around for longer. I'm sending emails out to collaborators. Scientific collaborators, not like World War II French collaborators. Not collaborators. Not like that. Those people could take a hike. Scientific collaborators. Anywho. Yeah. Exciting stuff coming up. Exciting stuff coming up. Yeah. And you're welcome for the raid, Casey. I'm sorry, I don't mean to stress you out. I hope those raids aren't a hindrance. I hope they're a good thing. But more people should know about you and your art, and I'm happy to do that. So, yeah. Still get raid flustered working on it. You're gonna pretty soon you'll forget all those nerves, Casey Snowhart. You're gonna be a natural. You're kind of my favorite kind of streamer, Casey Snowhart, because you're someone who is a streamer secondarily. Primarily, you're someone who does something else that's really cool. Those are my favorite kinds of streams, are somebody who has some sort of a talent, an ability, a passion, and they want to share that. The streaming is kind of secondary to that. Like, you're an incredible artist, and working on, you know, children's books and illustrations and all kinds of cool stuff like that, and dinosaur pieces as well. Those are my favorite kinds of streams, when somebody has some area of expertise, or some special ability, or something that they're passionate about. And they stream not necessarily for the sake of streaming, but for the sake of sharing that with others. I think that's super, super cool. That's what I try to do here. So I feel a certain kinship there, Casey. I'm not a great streamer. I just turn the camera on in case people want to hang out. There you go, Casey. And I don't know. I saw you talking about thumbnail sketches and talking about kind of like the artistic process, and that's important stuff. Like, this is the sort of thing that people take art classes for, and here you're doing that for free. You know, people can hang out with you and do that, and I think it's a valuable service. That's something really neat. So, can we get a shout out for Casey Snowhart here real quick? And go follow Casey if you're not yet doing so. That Parasaurolophus model that you sculpted was incredible. You know, I've done some hadrosaur sculpts myself. Here, let me show you. Let me grab this real quick. I'll be right back. Here we go. This is another Lambeosaur. This is Allura Titan right here. But I did not do this by hand. I sculpted this digitally, and then I 3D printed it. That kind of, like, hands-on sculpting something by hand is something I do not have the talent for, so that's really impressive. Casey basically did this, but by hand. Physical media. Yeah, so anyway, go follow Casey Snowhart. It's good stuff. And yeah, Allura Titan, yes indeed, Slappy Salamander, yes. Sculpt made out of Sculpey. I've worked with Sculpey before. I've never made anything that pretty, Casey. That's impressive stuff. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, it scratches my ex-teacher itch. You know, I feel like I could tell that you've got some experience in education there, Casey. That's excellent. Yeah. And Musaica, it says, talent is practiced passion, Danny. It is. Yeah. But some of that is slightly innate, I feel. Like, I don't know, some people are just better at certain things naturally, or they have an inborn kind of passion, maybe. I feel like some of that passion is sometimes innate. I don't know. But I'm not a researcher in this field. I don't really know what I'm talking about. There are probably people who study this kind of thing professionally. They study people's abilities and proclivities and passions and everything else, and they would have some viewpoints that are actually based on data, where mine are not. It's just gut feeling, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Petrodactylus says, sculpting is so hard, really fun to play with, though. You know, when I discovered digital sculpting, everything clicked for me. Because I really like 3D shapes, I like manipulating them, but working with physical media was always I had a real block about that kind of thing, and I never got through it. Digital sculpting just came naturally to me. There's this program I discovered called Sculptress. It's not really... People don't talk about it much anymore, and it's actually... You can find it in various places on the internet, but it's no longer supported by the company. The company's Pixelogic, the same company that makes ZBrush, which is like a professional sculpting tool. Professional 3D artists will use that in the film industry and video games and all kinds of stuff like that. But really move this skull around that much? Shoot. Anyway, they used to have a freeware program called Sculptress. You can still find the exe files in places on the internet, but they no longer advertise it or support it or anything like that. But if ZBrush, the professional thing, is like Photoshop, Sculptress is like Microsoft Paint. But it's super simple, it's super intuitive, I actually like it a lot better, and that's what I do my sculpting in. So yeah. Anywho. And Sculptress is no longer supported? Yeah, Casey, yeah. Yeah. And you can get an old version. Here, again, Oh, I don't have a link, but anyway, if you hunt around a little bit, you can find it. Javasaurus, long time no see. How are you doing, Javasaurus? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Anywho, in just a moment, I'm going to move on to another topic. But we'll see if anybody has anything more to say about sculpting first, so I don't jump the gun here. And Sculpture still has the Dynamesh function, if I recall. Is that the like, triangles-based architecture? Because it does, if that's what that is. Yeah. Sculptress is excellent. Anyway, and Kelladon K, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And Green Users, howdy, howdy. Now, there is a freeware version of ZBrush as well. It's called ZBrush Core Mini, but I don't like it as much as Sculptress. It's not as intuitive. It almost feels like there's a bunch of things that... There's a bunch of features that they throw in that aren't really accessible. They're trying to upsell you into ZBrush Core, which you have to pay for a little bit, or full-on ZBrush, which is really expensive. I would actually recommend against anybody paying for ZBrush, because I paid for it for a brief period of, like, a couple years ago, and then I canceled the membership, and they still charge me every single month. I've sent them multiple emails and everything, and they, like, I just need to dispute it on my credit card, basically. Because the parent company just absolutely will not stop charging me for it. Honestly, it feels really scummy. So, buyer beware. Anywho, but yeah, but you can get the Core Mini one, which is free. I recommend against paying for the professional one though, because they really hard to unsubscribe from that. I've not been able to do it successfully yet. The gym membership tactic, exactly, Rusty Guy. Yeah. You almost got to get the mafia involved or something for them to cancel. Anywho. Yeah. Well, speaking of unsavory things, we've had yet another flare-up of a particular video on the old Twitter. So I guess we've got to talk about this again. But let me find my... You know what? This always takes forever for me to find the social media or... thing. I just got to make a Stream Deck button for it real quick. Bear with me. Social Meteor. Alright, and the scene. I should be able to find it more easily here. Bear with me. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, shoot, let's talk Twitter for a second. And hey, Dyson Dinosaur, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Dyson Dinosaur, you might recognize this too, but let's play the Stinger video first. Yeah. Well, and hello, Sparky Pilot 86. Good to have you here. Anytime I hear Pilot and 86, I think of the F-86 Sabre, American fighter jet used in, like, the Korean War and stuff. Supposedly that's where the phrase 86 comes from. Anyway, welcome, Sparky Pilot. Yeah, and, DHDWJDJD says, do you believe there was dinosaurs? I don't believe there was dinosaurs. I know there were dinosaurs, and there still are dinosaurs today. We just call them birds. But yeah, I dig up dinosaurs, DHD. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you. Yeah. What we're talking about here is this. Anytime this video pops up on Twitter, you get all kinds of really unhinged replies in the chat from various people who just really don't want to believe that living things change over time, that evolution is a process that we can observe both in the laboratory today and in natural environments and in the fossil record. We've talked about this before, but once again, this has popped up, and it just gave me pause. So we'll talk about this a little bit. Yeah. And wait, DHD says, I had an ad, I don't know if you've seen, but do you believe there was dinosaurs? DHD, it's not a matter of belief. Are you asking me whether I accept the idea that dinosaurs lived on our planet? Because they absolutely did. I dig up dinosaurs in the field every summer. I'll be streaming a live dinosaur dig in just a couple weeks. And I hope you can tune in for that. I'll show you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs live in the field. I don't know, I always rankle a little bit when somebody asks me, like, you know, do you believe in dinosaurs? Like, what do you mean believe? It's like asking someone if they believe in, I don't know, Toyotas. It's like, you can see them driving around. They're right there. It's not a matter of belief. You can see them with your own eyes. I dig up dinosaur fossils. That's what I do. You know? I'm a paleontologist. That's what I'm all about. But yeah. And are you revisiting last year's dig site? Yes, indeed, Javasaurus. Yeah, and some new ones, too. I'll be out in Wyoming again, like I was last summer.
Excellent. This, like, apple
I'll be out there
core that I
again
thrown
in...
way down in that gully yesterday during lunch. They took that.
I'll be out there again in just a few short weeks.
That wasn't anything that I did. That's just... Pops in from this branch of the dinosaur family tree. Right here we've got a duck-billed dinosaur, like Parasaurolophus, excuse me. We've got some scrappy remains of an
Let me find you a better video where actually we're doing some excavation.
Here also.
Some jacketing,
and
maybe.
then there are... Yeah. Out of an area. Well, you dig in, and hopefully there's...
There we go.
But yeah. I don't know. Like, a couple weeks. We've been working here for a couple weeks. Yeah.
This could very well be a new species of duck-billed dinosaur here. We would be surprised if it were not.
Oh, Eric, somebody wants to know, Jody Fish wants to know your specialty. You're a geology student, right?
I am a geology student.
Eric, he's a character. Anyway, he was here with us for a few days.
How much of this fossil have we recovered? Everything from this site is skull right now.
That's why we call it Skull Ridge.
So yeah.
We're not going to be going back to this site. We seem to have gotten everything.
All the skull of this duck-billed dinosaur. We haven't found anything, any post-crania yet. Nothing from behind the skull.
Anywho.
And what estimated percentage of the dinosaur fossil will be complete?
And Dyson Dinosaur? Yeah, probably a new Saurolophane. Might be kind of similar to, like, Cretosaurus. But it's currently being prepped in the lab, and I was talking to Ethan just the other day. Ethan, who's kind of our expedition lead here. Here's him in the burgundy shirt and the kind of peach-colored hat. And, yeah, he says that preparation is going really well. I think parts of it are being prepped. We've got two different museums that are doing prep for us right now. The museum in Cincinnati and the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I think these ones are at the Carnegie being prepped. They're mostly working on the Dennery right now. But, yeah, it might be kind of similar to, like, Cretosaurus, whatever you want to... Tomato, potato, you know? There's that big honkin' skull with that big honkin' schnoz on it. Yeah. So, a dinosaur similar to this. For anybody not familiar with your Saurolophines. We used to say Hadrosaurines, but apparently Hadrosaurus might actually be basal to the split between the Hadrosaurines and Lambeosaurines, so I guess the new term, the phrase that is de rigueur nowadays would be Saurolophines. Yeah, and Cretosaurians are so cool. I had my handle of them when I published a complete Gripposaurus skeleton. Very cool, Dyson Dinosaur, yeah. I worked on some Gripposaurus as well. I worked with Liz Friedman Fowler at the Rocky Quarry from Rudyard, Montana. A Gripposaur bone bed. Cool stuff, yeah. Anyway, if anybody's not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, let's get a shout out for Dyson Dinosaur. If you like dinosaurs, you should follow Dyson Dinosaur. He is an Italian dinosaur paleontologist, currently working in Belgium. And he's also really into Dungeons and Dragons. Apparently the name Dyson Dinosaur is kind of a play on that. So Dyson Dinosaur is finding some ways to kind of incorporate dinosaur paleontology with Dungeons and Dragons RPG games. And apparently, just learned this recently, RPG doesn't just stand for rocket-propelled grenade. It also stands for role-playing game. So check out Dyson Dinosaur if that sounds interesting to you, because he does all that stuff. Well, maybe not rocket-propelled grenades, but role-playing games. Check him out. I was able to catch his stream on Saturday. He was streaming in English, doing some English paleontology streams on Saturdays now. Check him out. It's I had a ton of fun hanging out. He was talking about a lot of the fieldwork he's done in North Africa And we were watching an episode of Paleo World with Paul Sereno and Dyson Dinosaurs pointing out, like, oh yeah, you know, those vehicles, we use those same vehicles nowadays. They're much older now. It was cool stuff. So check out Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah. Anywho, Atlas Brood says, what animal's vertebrae is that? These are some dorsal verts, 3D printed, of course, of this animal right here, Allosaurus. Those are Allosaurus vertebrae. It's kind of surprising how few dinosaur vertebrae are available as 3D printable files online. Everybody wants skulls. I've already got a lot of skulls. 3D printing a Utah Raptor skull right now. It'd be nice to get some other skeletal elements like these. And is that Allosaurus jamatsoni? I think it's supposed to be Allosaurus fragilis, Dyson Dinosaur. This one here it's kind of a composite sculpt. So it's not a scan based on a real individual Allosaurus specimen. It's kind of a composite put together from different Allosaurus fragilis specimens. It's actually bigger than any A. jamatsoni I've ever seen. I've seen the one at Dinosaur National Monument, and I've seen Big Al at Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work. And both of their skulls are smaller than this right here. This is a sizable skull. It is not small. I mean, holy cow. That's a big skull right there. Ugh. Yeah. Anywho, there you go, Miss Yvette. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome, Miss Yvette. Good to see you. And, oh, an Atlas Brood. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. In non-mammals and other amniotes, dorsal just means thoracic or lumbar. There's no distinction between them because the ribs attach to all of those. So let me show you. Here's a dog skeleton, for instance. You know a dog. Un perro. The thoracic vertebrae in dogs, like in humans, are the ones that have ribs coming off of them. The lumbar vertebrae do not have ribs attached. So, thoracic vertebrae, lumbar vertebrae. Does that make sense? There's no distinction for non-mammals, as far as I know. Let's look at an Allosaurus skeleton. That's not too shabby. That looks like A. jamatsoni right there, Allosaurus jamatsoni. So, and here's this human skeleton here for easy comparison. So in the human skeleton, some of the vertebrae have ribs and some of them don't have ribs attached. So thoracic vertebrae, thorax, chest, you've got those vertebrae. Lumbar vertebrae, no ribs. You look at our Allosaurus here, all of those vertebrae have ribs. So we just call them dorsal vertebrae. There's no distinction between thoracic and lumbar. They're just all vertebrae, all the way down. You got ribs on every one of those dorsal vertebrae there. So we've got cervical vertebrae right here. Cervical verts are the neck vertebrae. We've got the dorsal series, dorsal vertebrae. You've got your sacral vertebrae, which are in the sacrum. You know, in the hip bones there. Kind of nestled in between the ilia. And Flap Flap Octopus, thank you for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Flap Flap Octopus. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 10 months. Holy cow. It's a long time. Yeah. Anyway, sacral vertebrae there in the sacrum, and then you get the caudal vertebrae in the tail. Caudals are tail vertebrae. That makes sense? Yeah. Anyway, great question, Atlas Brood. And what are those bones that are coming from the sternum, asks Atlas Brood? You mean the gastralia, maybe? Yeah, these down here are the belly ribs, what we call gastralia. And theropod dinosaurs in general have this. It's not very common that they're preserved. Only in exquisitely well-preserved specimens that are very complete do you get the gastralia preserved there. But those are the belly ribs. I think, developmentally speaking, these might almost be similar to ossified tendons or something like that, where they don't start off as bones. They start off as, like, ligaments or something similar to that, and then they turn to bone over the course of the animal's life. But yeah, belly ribs, gastralia. Let me show you. Gastralia. They are dermal bones. Bingo. Yeah. Bony structures derived from intramembranous ossification during components of the forming components of the vertebrate skeleton. So these form during ontogeny. So most vertebrate animals are not born with gastralia. They develop them as they grow and mature. You've got non-bony parts that turn to bone over the course of the animal's lifetime. So they're skin bones. And Atlas Bird says, so similar to our skull? No, our skull bones are all true bones. They just happen to fuse up during our lifetime. This is more like your kneecaps. Kneecaps are one of those dermal bones, I think. There you go, Jody Fish. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, dermal bones. Yeah. Anywho, I'll give you a link to this if you want to read more about it. But there it is in a Tyrannosaur. You've got those gastralia there. That's cool stuff. Yeah. Anywho, gastralia. Neat stuff. But yeah. And I wonder what point in their ontogeny these bones ossify. That's a good question, Salamander. I guess it's probably pretty early on, but anybody wondering what ontogeny means? It's something crucially important to understand if you want to understand dinosaur paleobiology.
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny are the changes that an individual creature undergoes during its lifetime. So,
ontogeny.
It's not evolution. These are changes during this individual critter's lifetime.
Ontogeny.
And ontogeny is really dramatic in most, if not all, dinosaurs. To the point where they almost look like different species between the time that they're young and between the time that they're old. One individual animal, you know, one individual who's born
ontogeny
will look much different when it's a juvenile or a subadult from the time that it's a fully somatically mature adult. The dinosaurs went through a lot of changes, and that's fooled a lot of paleontologists in the past and in the present, for being honest, into naming these different growth stages as different species when in many, many cases they're the same species. They just undergo dramatic changes during their lifetimes. So, yeah. And Murph says, doesn't it kind of have to since they grow so much? See, Murph is on the right track here. Yeah. That's the thing, is that dinosaurs, especially large dinosaurs, had to grow a tremendous amount in order to reach their full adult size. Because unlike a critter like, I don't know, you look at modern mammals today, like elephants, you know? Baby elephants and adult elephants. A baby elephant, when it's born, it's pretty darn big. It is like a significant portion of the adult size when it's first born. Elephants give birth to live young. They give birth to one at a time. Dinosaurs were not like this. All dinosaurs hatched out of eggs. And even the very largest, most gargantuan dinosaurs, the dinosaurs that were significantly larger than elephants, dinosaurs like Patagotitan here, these dinosaurs hatched out of eggs that were no bigger than this. a baby patagotitan, you know, a baby one of these animals here would be maybe half a meter long, like a foot and a half long. Not very big at all. And so they had a tremendous amount of growing to do. Much more growing than a baby elephant would have to do after being born. And they're probably eating... Well, they're not probably eating. They are certainly eating different things at different stages of growth. Dinosaurs are probably moving through different ecological niches as they're growing and maturing. And that... You have to understand that if you really want to understand dinosaur paleobiology. If you want to understand the ecology of Mesozoic environments. You know, you don't... Yeah, and ontogeny is extraordinarily important to understand. And ontogenetic niche partitioning. Exactly, Salamander, yes. And Golganek, yes indeed, yeah. Yeah. And... Huge sloths? Oh yeah, flap octopus. We had those all over the place. We had those here in the Bay Area. That's just a few thousand years ago, though. Those giant ground sloths were walking around, like, last Thursday, geologically speaking. People encountered those giant ground sloths, whereas dinosaurs died out, like, 66 million years before the first people. So, yeah. Anyway, I think we've got a cool clip about ontogeny that I just found the other day. Here we go. This is from a lovely talk by, oh shoot, what was his name? Jared Voris. Talking about Tyrannosaur ontogeny. How much these animals changed as they grew and matured. How much these individual animals changed throughout their lifespan. Not change like evolution, but just as they grow, their bodies look really different because they're doing different things at different growth stages.
Two specimens in particular demonstrate just how significant the changes that Tyrannosaurs underwent, or the changes that Tyrannosaurs actually underwent as they matured. And so what we can actually see when we compare some of these younger and smaller individuals of Gorgosaurus to the older and more mature counterparts,
Gorgosaurus here,
that these younger individuals had these incredibly long hind limbs relative to the rest of their body.
Very leggy.
Their skulls
very
and skeletons were overall much more lightly built, and they also had these narrow blade-like teeth that would have been much more suited for cutting through flesh rather than crushing bone.
Yeah, and so when early on in the history of dinosaur paleontology, when fossils would be found of juvenile tyrannosaurs and then adult tyrannosaurs in the same formation, it'd be like, well, these guys look so much different. It's got to be a different dinosaur. We're going to give it a different name, you know? Look at how different it looks. Look at how long its legs are. Look at how much more slender and svelte it is than this big, thick bruiser over here. It's got to be a different species or a different genus. And there are still a lot of paleontologists around today who think the same way. Yeah, this is an ongoing debate. I don't want to say necessarily that I'm right about this and other people are wrong. That's not what I'm trying to say. But we'll see. And Wood, thank you for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Wood. Speaking of which, Compsognathus from that clip there might just be, well, appears to be a juvenile of, well, the specimens that we have are juveniles. Compsognathus wasn't that small when it was mature. Anywho, yeah.
And as they got older, the Tyrannosaurs bulked up significantly.
Hey, Gravity, look at all those chickens. Exactly, Gravity, yeah.
Respected their overall body size. Their skulls and skeletons became much more.
I hope you feel better soon, Gravity.
Their jaws became much more powerfully built and were fitted with these very large conical teeth. And it was these features that actually helped to facilitate some of those incredible bone-crushing bites that Tyrannosaurs.
Yeah. So it's funny that, like, the Canadians, they seem to pretty much know what they're doing here, where they don't call this, you know, Nano Gorgosaurus. It's just, no, it's clearly a juvenile Gorgosaurus. They're fine with that idea. But I don't know. With Tyrannosaurus, it's like, oh no, Tyrannosaurus. It's got to be nano Tyrannus, you know?
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Professor Andoza, for being the best science communicator on the internet and for leading the charge of science on Twitch.
Science streams. You make me blush. I appreciate you more than you know. Holy cow. 37 months of support here. Science streams. Thank you, thank you. Belen, I really appreciate that. I don't know what to say. Except that everyone watching, if you're not yet following Science streams, if you're somehow unaware of that channel, correct that. Go follow Science streams right now. Thank you, Wombat Hole, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, Wombat Hole. Good stuff. Thank you, Wombat Hole. Yeah, Science streams. Belent and Lita are a married couple of research scientists. They are molecular and systems biologists, and they stream here on Twitch, seriously, like 8 days a week. They do some incredible science outreach. Microscopy, discussion of DNA, fossil science news, fossil collecting too. Ironbark, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Ironbark, holy cow! There's 5 people in the chat now.
72 just gifted 5 subs.
We won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you, Ironbark. And look, we're running a little behind on our sub goal, but you're helping us catch up a little bit there. Ironbark, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Musaica. Thank you, Musaica, for the 200 bits. Excellent. Appreciate that. And Dino Hype indeed, Kinamara. Welcome back, Kinamara. How you doing? Anywho, let's continue with this.
Dinosaurs are famous for.
Talking about ontogeny.
Such extreme differences between the overall builds of these juvenile and adult tyrannosaurs suggest that these different age groups likely had different ecological roles. These fleeter-footed juveniles were likely preying on smaller and faster prey, such as oviraptorid or ornithomimid or ostrich-named dinosaurs, whereas adults were preying on slower
ontogeny
like saurocopters and hadrosaurs.
Dolganek, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Dolganek. Thank you, thank you.
And so this highlights a very interesting ecological dynamic where tyrannosaurs were actually dominating multiple predator roles throughout their lifetime, including both apex predator and lower tier predator roles. And this is quite different than what we see in other dinosaur-dominated ecosystems, as well as some of our modern ecosystems.
Is it, though?
Where different species occupy different ecological roles.
It's very different from mammalian-dominated ecosystems, where it's typically one mammal species per niche. That is not what we see in dinosaur communities, at least in the late Cretaceous and like tyrannosaur-dominated ecosystems. But I might argue that it's also very different from what we see in well, shoot. If some of my suspicions are correct, this is a pattern that might exist for many more Mesozoic ecosystems. Maybe even the Morrison Formation. Maybe the Cedar Mountain Formation. Maybe... yeah. We shall see. Anywho, yeah. Good stuff. And 75 times, I know, right, Atlas Brute? Ironbark, that's impressive. That is impressive. Anywho. Should we get back to this here? We're gonna have a slightly less cheery discussion here. I'm gonna first check these comments, screen them for anything to, oh, goodness. That's funny. The person who made this tweet is hiding a bunch of the replies because they're just dog water. But yeah, I don't know. The replies that you get to this, there are a lot of folks who really, really don't want to accept that living things change over time. There's a real problem with science education in this country and around the world, honestly. That these remarkable discoveries that we've made as paleontologists, there's so many people who just want to shove their fingers in their ears and go like, la 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 la, can't hear you. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know about it. It's frustrating, to say the least. And there you go, Casey. Yeah. If anybody wants to scroll through those comments, those replies, here's a link. But yeah, this is the reason why I do what I do. There is this incredible, amazing, beautiful story to be learned about the history of life on Earth, and people like me are going out every day and working on that. Unraveling this mystery, piecing together bits of evidence to be able to tell the story of how life on Earth developed. Over hundreds of millions of years, billions of years, if we go all the way back to the origins of life. And so many people just don't want to hear about it. Yeah. Oh, maybe not. Oh well. Anyway, Miss Yvette says, can't wait till you go on your dig. Me too, Miss Yvette. It is coming up. Holy cow. Yeah. And Flap Flap Octopus says, it takes a lot of patience and willingness to change. The pain of staying the same, unfortunately, has to be greater than the pain of changing. But anyone can do it if they want to keep an open mind. Yeah. I mean, that's why I think this kind of outreach that I'm trying to do here, I like to think that this is effective. I like to think that this is the sort of outreach that can actually change hearts and minds, you know? I've said this before, but I'll say it again. There's this corny old phrase that goes, that people don't care about how much you know until they know how much you care. We as human beings are emotional creatures. It's just how we evolved. A lot of folks like to think of themselves as being just innately rational, but that's not really true of any of us. That's just not in human nature. We are emotional creatures. We are tribalistic creatures. We are prone to believe people that we trust. And so if someone grows up and they were told for their entire life, oh, you know, evolution is a lie from the pit of hell, like that one U.S. representative said that time at a fundraiser, right? Wasn't his name Paul Brown or something? I'll find the clip later if you want to see it. But anyway, in the same way that Galileo was persecuted by the church for saying that no, the Earth is not the center of the universe, and no, the celestial bodies are not absolutely perfect in their form, that the sun has sunspots. You know, the authorities in the church were livid over that. They put him under house arrest because he wouldn't recant. He wouldn't say, "Oh, I was wrong about the things that I observed with my own eyes through my telescope." I don't know. I guess the point is that there are forces that are in our society that are arrayed against scientific discovery and knowledge, open-mindedness, challenging the status quo, finding out what's actually true. So it's an uphill battle for scientists. But the way that we can actually reach people, I think, is by having heart-to-heart conversations like this. By inviting people into the scientific process. Being like, hey, this is nothing to be scared of. Come join us. It's a wondrous thing. This is really exciting. This is the greatest adventure that human beings can engage in. Finding out what's really true about the world around us is a thrilling experience. So come along, and we'll explore this together, you know? It takes that kind of openness, I think, in order to get people to open up and to trust you and to maybe be open to changing their mind. Because again, we're emotional creatures, and if there isn't that openness in the first place, if there isn't that trust, nobody's going to change their mind. At the end of the day, nobody really cares about facts. Unless you want to care about facts. And it takes trust to develop that desire to want to care about facts. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Anywho. Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway, let me catch up to chat here. Sorry I was neglectful. Dyson Dinosaur says around the world, too. Last week, we just had the Italian Minister of Education telling in a conference, to study dinosaurs in primary school is utterly useless. Better to let children study things that bring the Western values. Oh, boy. Vote that person out. They don't know what they're talking about. That's not somebody who should be in government. That's somebody who should be ranting and raving on a street corner with a cardboard sign. You know. We have it probably just as bad here in the US, if not worse, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah. You could say the third most powerful person in the U.S. government, maybe the second most powerful person in the U.S. government right now. The person second in line to the presidency of the United States of America says that teaching evolution leads to school shootings. I don't know. I've never shot somebody with an evolution textbook. I can tell you that. But that's Those are the people who run this country, you know? Yeah. Europe is definitely sliding farther right, and it's really scary, Murph. Yeah. And Ravenclaw, that's actually a really... I love that, Ravenclaw. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Ravenclan, sorry. Ravenclan67. My uncle is a geomorphologist, and his explanation of the reality of Bigfoot with 4 words, no scat, no habitat. Yeah. There's a wonderful talk about this, Ravenclan. Someone with the same perspective. I know it's not... It might seem in bad taste to bring up Bigfoot or Sasquatch or other wild man of the woods legends as an example of, like, nonsense pseudoscience, but it is. Anyway, here's a lovely talk by National Center for Science Education former director Eugenie Scott on Bigfoot. Yeah, Jeannie takes on Bigfoot and wins. And that's basically a big part of her talk, is like, yeah, we don't have any physical evidence. No skeletons, no fossil record, no scats, no carcasses, no nothing. And where in the world is this critter supposed to live? Having a giant North American forest ape, like... What in the world is it eating? Yeah. But people want to believe. They want to believe. That's the thing, is that belief in things like Sasquatch and Bigfoot it's a human desire. It's emotional. It's something that... It's a desire that people hold in the emotional part of them, in their heart. Not in their cardiac tissue, but, you know, in their heart. And I think as scientists, we're used to thinking of things in terms of evidence, in terms of logic, in terms of stuff that can be demonstrated or falsified. And we need to remember that other people are not trained in that. Other people follow their hearts. It's not necessarily a bad thing, as long as you train your heart well. If you train your heart to follow the evidence, then you're golden. Most of the time. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, hold on, what? Yeah, Dyson Dinosaur, yeah, Petrodactylus. Yes, indeed, Gravity, yeah, now that guy is like the 3rd most popular person in the US government. Not popular, powerful. This guy holds a tremendous amount of power. He is the leader of the House of Representatives. So I guess maybe the Speaker of the House would be the 2nd most powerful person, and then the US President would be the most powerful person. I'm not factoring in the Vice President. That's a joke of a job. They don't have any real power. At least not since Dick Cheney. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, power, popularity, same. This guy's not popular. No. Well... Not to get too political, but there was a recent vote to try and unseat this guy. Pick a different Speaker of the House. And the majority of, not just Republicans, but Democrats, too, voted to keep him. The Democrats were fighting to keep this guy around, which tells you a lot about the Democratic Party in the United States. It's a joke. But anywho. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Let's get into some science here. Let's get away from... Let's flee from politics and stuff like that. There's a new PBS Eons video that I am eager to watch because it's about something that I don't know a lot about. It's about fossil sponges, which doesn't sound particularly thrilling, but PBS Eons does a pretty good job of even making ostensibly dry subjects like fossil sponges fun and interesting without being patronizing. So let's take a look at that right here.
In 2017, a team of scientists reported a strange discovery deep in the bamboo forests of Anji County in eastern China. Sections of a layer of mudstone 10 meters...
and Tom 1642. There's again, it's all emotionally based. There's no evidence that he's basing that on. It's all just feelings and suspicions and prejudices. So Tom, yeah, good questions there. Anyway, sponges. Raven Clan says, I was banned on X for arguing with Flat Earth. Really? Yeah, it's kind of astonishing how much the Flat Earthers and the creationists and the neo-Nazis have kind of taken over that platform. And you go and you report neo-Nazis for using racial slurs or posting pictures of swastikas or threatening to kill other people on Twitter, and you get an email back saying, oh, after reviewing your claim, we haven't found that they've violated any of our policies. So, again, it kind of tells you everything you need to know about the leadership there at Twitter now. But yeah, oh man, it's bad. It's bad.
In 2017, a team of scientists reported a strange discovery deep in the bamboo forests of Anji County in eastern China. Sections of a layer of mudstone 10 meters thick were spread across 10 kilometers of the forest. This had once been a deep water ecosystem some 445 million years ago, right at the end of the Ordovician period. And it's one of the...
but what happened at the end of the Ordovician was a big old biotic crisis. A lot of species going extinct back then. I wonder if this will be about that. According to the title, it probably should be How Sponges Beat the First Mass Extinction? That's a clue.
A few fossil sites that shows us the direct aftermath of the first and one of the worst mass extinctions that the planet has ever experienced. But to the surprise of the researchers, this site didn't paint a picture of an apocalyptic wasteland.
And I'll see you later, Dyson Dinosaur. Thanks for being here. You take care.
Diverse community.
Sleep well.
Thousands of big, complex animals that seem to have been living their best lives. And those animals were almost entirely sponges. Hidden in the forest, the researchers had...
Sponges. Are you ready, kids? Sponges are a really cool, interesting, diverse group of animals, and they don't really get enough attention. Lenina. Aye, Captain. Yeah. But sponges are neat. They really are.
Animals were almost entirely sponges.
Sponges.
Hidden in the forest, the researchers had discovered a piece of a weird but critical time in the deep past. A time when the first ever mass extinction may have turned planet Earth into Sponge World.
Sponge World. I'm here for it. Let's learn.
The end of the Ordovician period was a pretty terrible time to be alive. I don't know if you remember it, but when you get to be my age. Complex animal life in the oceans was still in its early days, having only really taken off in the Cambrian period right before the Ordovician.
I think it's
but
after
when
World
the age of complex
Clipper.
life had entered full swing, it was very nearly snuffed out entirely by the first of the big 5 mass extinctions. Now, we don't know exactly what caused the late Ordovician mass extinction.
And I remember it was last weekend at the University of California Museum of Paleontology summer cookout, picnic, whatever you want to call it. I was talking with Kevin Padian of Durdur fame here on this channel. I remember him making a remark at one point during a talk, or in the Q&A set part after a talk, that he didn't like the phrase mass extinction. That he thought it was a phrase that should probably, be relegated to the dustbin of history. He would prefer it that way, that we get rid of the term mass extinction. And it was an interesting...
Durdur.
It was, I don't know. I need to talk to him more about this because it's an interesting perspective, but his idea seems to be that mass extinction is not a well-defined term. That it's something that's way too loosey-goosey for us to be using it left and right in paleontology. It's like, well, what is a mass extinction? What's the definition of that? Are you talking about, like, how time constrained does it have to be? What percentage of species have to go extinct? Is it one of those things that, you know, you just know it when you see it? Like, that's not super scientific. It's an interesting perspective, and I want to talk to him more about it. I need to email him, actually, because he said he would send me a paper on the subject. Because, I don't know, I want to hear more about this. It's interesting stuff. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Most often you'll hear that there have been 5 mass extinctions in Earth history. The end Ordovician, the end Permian, the end Triassic, and the end Cretaceous. How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think maybe end Silurian right here too. Would be 5. But we also have big extinction events at the Jurassic-Cretaceous boundary. There's a big extinction event in the mid-Cretaceous as well. And there's several other ones that might be in the middle of several of these periods. So yeah, I'm eager to hear more about what Kevin Payton has to say about this kind of thing, because it's a perspective that I haven't really heard before, and I think it'll be really thought-provoking. Late Devonian, thank you, Dr. Hubbs, yeah. So yeah. Silurian, Ordovician, Devonian, Carboniferous, Permian, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. Anyhow.
But we have a few hypotheses ranging from potentially reasonable
Hey,
to
Racodactylus, how are you doing?
These
Welcome,
include
welcome.
drastic shifts in climate and changes in ocean oxygen levels, volcanism, and even gamma ray bursts from deep space. Whatever the cause, though, the extinction event lasted around 2 to 5 million years and wiped out around 85% of marine species. This makes it one of the most severe mass extinctions in history, second only to the Great Dying at the end of the Permian, around 200 million years later.
I've heard other paleontologists say that the end Cretaceous mass extinction might be kind of equivalent to like the end Permian. Again, we have all of these different perspectives on how severe these extinctions were. We've got different numbers on these, and yeah, I don't know. A lot of this stuff is still not as well understood as we would like it to be.
And the devastation hit all sorts of early
Welcome
animal
back,
groups
Gravity.
pretty hard,
Good to have you here.
including trilobites, brachiopods, corals, and bryozoans. And it was assumed that sponges had fared no better than anyone else. They're an ancient phylum of animals that live simple, quiet lives as filter feeders attached to surfaces underwater, unable to move much as adults. And until recently, basically no complete fossil sponges have been found in layers from the mass extinction or its direct aftermath. In 2015, though, researchers in China reported the first evidence that at least some sponge communities had made it through just fine. They found fossils of around 35 species of sponges from the Ordovician-Silurian boundary in Anhui province in South China,
that make
belonging
it through
to
the
a bunch
boundary?
of different lineages. This was unexpected, and their explanation, which seemed reasonable at the time, was that this might have been a unique exception to the wider state of ecosystems during this period. These sponges must have represented an unusual group that had been forced into shallow waters due to a sudden lack of oxygen in the deeper oceans during the extinction event. They were essentially a band of initially lucky survivors that had been fossilized while trying to flee the environmental chaos, insofar as sponges can flee anything. But the discovery of the Anji biota
Over
in
time,
that bamboo forest
generations
years later
will flee
showed that this wasn't just a unique and isolated group of desperate spongy survivors. Because the Anji community, located around 100 kilometers away from Anhui, contained an even more diverse group of sponges with over twice as many species. And like the Anhui biota, those species belong to many different sponge lineages.
And Flap Flap Octopus says, why would there be a lack of oxygen, though? Well, you get deoxygenation events that occur. Might be due to volcanic eruptions. It might be due to the proliferation of, different organisms that basically suck all of the oxygen out of the water. It might be mass die-offs of algae. It could be a red tide or something like that. You can get a lot of different things that will create deoxygenation events. Yeah, and that tends to kind of kill off a lot of stuff. We had that here in the Bay Area. Yeah, because of course I'm streaming to you from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area here. And we've got this beautiful thing called the San Francisco Bay. And a couple years ago, I came back from the field. And back then I lived near the shore. And this would have been, I think, August 2021? Or was it? No, August 2022, I think. I came back and there were... I was kind of mortified to see all of these... Yeah, it probably was 2021. Is that? There were all of these dead rays, bat rays, all over the place. I was kind of horrified. I'd come back to the Bay Area and then suddenly just mass death. Wouldn't have been 2023. We had deleted those photos for some reason. But anyway, we had a massive red tide. Yeah, 2022. Dead fish are piling up on San Francisco Bay Area shores. A toxic algae bloom is likely the cause. And so you get this population boom of algae, and the algae just go nuts. They're reproducing like crazy, and then they suck up all of this oxygen, or they give off other compounds that like take the oxygen out of the water, they deoxygenate it, and then suddenly you've just got... Yeah, more than 10,000 fish dying there. Everything is dying. Gobies, flounders, crabs, polychaete worms, shrimp, everything. And bat rays, too. So I guess this was... It was 2021, right? No, 2022. Let me find those photos, then, now that I know what it is. Shoot. No, I must have deleted them for some reason. Yeah, weird. Anywho. And thank you, Miss Yvette. Yeah. Historic 2020 red tide led to marine mortality. Study shows? Yeah. But yeah, you get these events that happen. You can get certain critters that affect their environment in such a drastic way that they basically kill everything else off. And red tides produce brevotoxins. Brevitoxins, says Alex Vixen. Interesting. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah.
This is important because it showed that because the Anji community, located around 100 kilometers away from Anhui, contained an even more diverse group of sponges with over twice as many species. And like the Anhui biota, those species belong to many different sponge lineages. This is important because it showed that they weren't the result of a sudden radiation of sponges from a few surviving lineages after the mass extinction. Instead, the diversity of these species suggested that, while whole other branches of the tree of life were withering away, the sponge branch seemed to have not even noticed that there was a mass extinction going on at all. In fact, the Anji sponges from immediately after the mass extinction were at least as diverse as modern sponges are today. Aside from the more than 2,000 individual sponges, though, the number and diversity of the other fossils in the Anji layers are more in line with what you'd expect immediately after a mass extinction. These included graptolites, 4 nautiloid shells, and a single sea scorpion. Not exactly a thriving ecosystem. And the next year, in 2018, researchers added even more sites to this rapidly growing pattern of sponge dominance in the aftermath of the extinction. They reported 7 new similar sites across 2,000 kilometers of what's now South China. It was a continuous and hyper-diverse mega community of sponges flourishing all over the place during a period of mass death for basically everything else. And the researchers argued that this was probably not just a regional sponge paradise. They proposed that the same thing was probably happening in similar environments elsewhere, turning much of the planet into sponge world. It's just that not everywhere had the right geological conditions to preserve clear evidence of sponge world, and we hadn't specifically been searching for that evidence until just the last few years. So what was going on here? Why did sponges survive and flourish while almost everything else had either succumbed to the devastation or was barely hanging on? It just hardly seems fair. Like if you had told me that sharks or fungi or vultures or maggots love a good mass extinction and thrive on biological carnage, I'd be like, well, sure, that'd be good for them. But sponges? Those colorful, tubey things that just sit there looking pretty? They're the group that
filter
flourished during an ecological apocalypse? Well, it turns out the answer may be yes. Sponges soak up mass death like a, don't make me say it. See, sponges have a few things going for them that might have allowed them to thrive and dominate in the post-extinction world. For one, they're unusually good at tolerating changes in temperature and oxygen levels as animals go. And these two kinds of changes are often associated with mass extinctions, including, we think, the end ordovician. Plus, they get their food by filtering organic particles from the water, which would have suddenly increased during the extinction as organisms died all around them. It's also thought that changes on land associated with the event, like the melting of glaciers and flooding of low-lying areas, would have led to a global influx of nutrients from sediment flowing into the oceans. And seeing as so many other complex food webs had collapsed, those nutrients that sponges would have usually had to compete with other species for were suddenly available in abundance, like iron, for example. Put all these factors together and boom, you've got yourself a sponge world. And it may not have been a single one-off event either. See, lots of sponge remains have been reported from other layers directly after later extinctions too, including the late Devonian crisis around 370 million years ago and the end Triassic extinction around 200 million years ago. While their level of preservation isn't as good as the end ordovician sponges from China, they hint at a similar pattern of temporary sponge dominance following mass extinctions. And I should add, in all of these cases, the shape of the pants of these sponges remains unknown. Did any of you think I was going to get through this episode without making a SpongeBob joke? Anyone? We've even seen something like this in modern oceans following recent El Nino.
Scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
Jekyll, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Making a SpongeBob joke. Anyone? We've even seen something like this in modern oceans following recent El Nino events that disrupt marine ecology. For a little while at least, sponges become unusually abundant. So sponges becoming ridiculously successful may in fact be a general symptom of ecological collapse, both in the deep past and today. And something we could even be setting ourselves up for in the future.
Yeah, shoot. We have been absolutely murdering coral reefs as human beings over the past few years, like the Great Barrier Reef off the coast of Australia, and like reefs off the Florida Keys and areas in the Caribbean and near the U.S. just obliterated recently by super high ocean temperatures. Last summer, ocean temperatures were in like the 90s, like 90 degrees Fahrenheit or higher. It's what, like 35 degrees Celsius, something like that? Absolutely crazy. And these corals are just dying everywhere. And so they might get taken over by, these reefs might get taken over by sponges, at least temporarily, or maybe permanently, if the corals just continue to get killed off by these heat waves like this because of climate change.
But sponge world might be crucial for ecological recovery too. See, while it may seem like sponges have a pretty inactive life, they're actually ecosystem engineers. They help stabilize sediment on the seafloor and provide a structure for ecosystems to develop around them. Lots of other groups that were struggling to recover from major losses during the mass extinction would have found the abundance of sponges very useful to attach themselves to. Others would have found the stabilized sediment maintained by the sponges to be a safe and secure habitat to hide out in. And by forming mega communities, sponges would have concentrated organic matter into those areas,
I think it's a big part of it, Murph,
for food webs to reestablish
It's
themselves.
the algae that gets killed off.
This may help explain why some other animal groups also recovered fairly quickly from the extinction event after being hit hard initially. They and we may owe the survival of our lineages through the end ordovician to sponges, and the paradise they built out of the wreckage of the first ever mass extinction.
Interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Lovely work from PBS Eons as always. Here's a link in the chat for you. If you're not yet subscribed to them on YouTube, You're missing out. They do excellent work. And Chasing Coral, Dr. Hubs. Let's take a look at that. At a trailer. There we go.
Most people stare up into space with wonder. Yet we have this almost alien world on our own planet, just teeming with life. It's a world complete.
It's a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
That first one wasn't a dinosaur. That was a pelycosaur, Dimetrodon. But Don Chuncho, that's not your fault. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Out of sight and out of mind.
I have the utmost respect for corals.
Yeah, they're animals. A lot of people look at these and they go, oh, they're sessile. You know, they stay in one place. They're anchored to the sea bottom. They must be plants, right? No, they're plants. Corals are plants. No, corals are animals. They are 1,000,000% animals, not plants. They're cnidarians, so they're related to jellyfish and critters like that. And they begin their lives as mobile organisms until they land on a substrate, and then they become sessile. They become anchored to the substrate. But they start off as little larvae swimming around or drifting with the current, if not swimming.
Sophisticated.
Porifera. Well, sponges are porifera. Part moose, part squid, yeah.
A fundamental part of a huge ecosystem.
Corals are cnidaria.
As long as their environment allows them to.
There's this big heat wave that's traveling around all over the world. The coral bleaches, and what you're seeing is its skeleton underneath.
Yep.
It's like your body temperature changing. That's the seriousness of the issue. So we're sending 2 teams to put cameras down and capture this bleaching event.
Oh, gotcha, part moose. Yeah. Good to have you here.
Controlling factor right now.
The wind just took us. The stern anchor didn't hold.
It's just demolished. You're working in an environment every single day that humans were built for. Your body's cut up, and then you open your eyes, and it's dead as far as you can see.
We don't have any time to waste. If we want to have any hope.
We live at a unique moment in time.
I might watch
where
this
we can
tonight.
change history. It's not too late for coral reefs.
This has got to wake up the world.
Good stuff. Well, well, well. Here's a link to that trailer, I guess. Yeah. And yes, indeed, coral reefs are in dire straits, and it's getting worse. Part moose, part squid. Yeah. And Terry Taylor, you've seen it? I'll see if I can watch that tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, nice. To repeat, I am going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs again in just a few short weeks. Today is the 14th, Tuesday the 14th of May, 2024, where I am here. Some of you, it's already Wednesday. But anyway, in 2 weeks, I'm going to be on my way out east to Utah and then Wyoming. The 31st of Wyoming, I'll be out in the field again. Very, very excited for that. We're going to be digging up dinosaurs again live on Twitch, like we were doing last summer.
That's the cool thing, Byron Lumley. Since this is a duck-billed dinosaur, what you really want is the skull. Most duck-billed dinosaurs, their bodies are pretty similar.
31st of May in Wyoming.
You get, distinct bits here and there, but like for the most part, most hadrosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs, have got pretty similar-looking bodies behind their head. So since we have...
Oh, Nana Tyrannus wants to know, Danny, does the red tide occur the same time each year? I think it doesn't, Nana. Good to see you, Nana, by the way. I think red tide is something that... it's confusing because it has that word tide in it, and you expect it to kind of move along with lunar cycles or something, to be a regular occurrence. You know, you can put it on a calendar and know when it's going to occur. I don't think red tide is like that. I think it's more that you've got different organisms that in the water that bloom at a certain time because conditions are just right for them, and then they kill everything else off. And I think I would bet that we don't fully understand what the conditions are that cause red tides. Although water temperatures are going to be part of that, which is why they're increasing as Earth temperatures increase. Causes red tide. Here, let's take a look at this from SciShow here as an explainer.
For weeks now, thousands of dead fish, turtles, manatees, and dolphins have been washing up on beaches in southwest Florida. The culprit, Karenia brevis, a small toxic algae undergoing a massive bloom. It literally turns the waters red. It's the worst so-called red tide the area has seen in over a decade, and experts say it's far from over. The question on everyone's minds, though, is why is it so bad this year?
And this year was 5 years ago. So this would have been 2019. Or maybe no, it would have been 2019, I think. Maybe even 2018. But these things continually occur. I don't think it's like on a schedule, but they do happen with some kind of regularity.
And if this is a warning of things to come, algal blooms are exactly what they sound like, the rapid, massive proliferation of algae. They're a natural part of many ecosystems, but they can also happen unnaturally in polluted waters because our waste fertilizes the bloom. Extreme algal blooms often spell trouble for aquatic life.
So you know that when, you can fertilize plants to help them grow better. Some fertilizer is made of animal waste or even human waste. When you put sewage out to sea, that feeds the algae, which can grow out of control and cause red tide events.
But Floridian red tides can be especially devastating. Like other blooms, the sudden overabundance of these tiny single-celled algae can kill fish and other creatures. That's because when the algae die, they're eaten by certain bacteria that can use up the oxygen in the water, leaving little left over for other species to breathe.
That makes a lot of sense. Shoot, because I was wondering, algae are photosynthetic, right? Like plants, they take in sunlight, they photosynthesize, and they produce oxygen. So why would an algal bloom suck up oxygen? And I guess the key to understand is it's not the algae that are sucking up the oxygen. The algae have this big population boom. They go crazy. They're having all of these offspring. And then they have a population crash. All of them die at the same time. And as they die, bacteria eat them. And as the bacteria are eating them, they're consuming all of the oxygen in the water. And that's what causes the death of things like fishes. And then I guess the bacteria are probably also producing toxins that kill off. They might make those dead fishes toxic to creatures who might eat them, like dolphins, etc.
They can also suffocate fish and other animals by directly clogging their gills. But Florida's red tides are even more deadly because the algae responsible also produce potent neurotoxins called brevetoxins. These toxins open sodium channels in cells, causing muscles to clench inappropriately and messing with the immune system. When fish or shellfish consume the algae, intentionally or not, they get loaded with these toxins. Obviously, that's not good for them, but it's also not good for us, because even if the fish survive, they become dangerous to eat, which we like to do. The toxins are tasteless, odorless, and resistant to heat and acids.
So cooking the fish is not going to kill the toxins, apparently. It's
so
not
you
gonna get rid
can't
of them.
easily tell if your food is contaminated, and normal cooking procedures don't get rid of them. That's why during bad blooms like this, the government usually puts a moratorium on local shellfish. Eating contaminated seafood isn't the only way these algal blooms harm people either. Brevetoxins also have the rare ability to aerosolize.
Oh, they become airborne? Oh, shoot.
Wave action near the surface breaks apart the fragile algae, releasing their toxins into the air. When breathed in, these toxins can irritate your respiratory system, causing your eyes, nose, and throat to sting and burn, and
so you like can't even go to the beach.
Wheezing. I used to live in Florida. This has happened to me before. It's not comfortable. It's like somebody sprayed mace nearby. People with respiratory conditions like asthma are especially vulnerable, and while no human deaths have been attributed to red tides, the effects can send people to the ER. Thankfully.
And Flap Flap Octopus says, yep, it can tarnish silver if it's bad enough. Oh, man.
Symptoms are usually temporary and resolve quickly once you get away from the shore, but they're not fun. And unfortunately, marine mammals and turtles can't escape the toxic air or the toxins in their food. This year, it's estimated that the red tide has killed several hundred turtles, dozens of manatees, and thousands upon thousands of fish, as well as dolphins, birds, and one poor whale shark. The die-offs are especially heartbreaking, as many hard-hit species, like the sea turtles, are already endangered. And I mean, manatees were just moved from endangered to threatened last year. This year's red tide is an especially awful one, with more than 160 kilometers of southwest Florida coastline already affected.
So this is 2018.
Scientists are still trying to understand why it's so bad. Red tides occur just about every year now, and there are records of them dating back centuries.
And just about every year. So, yeah, Nana, to answer your question, I guess they're becoming more common, probably because of more sewage being put out into the oceans, higher temperatures, stuff like that. But I don't think they're on like a regular schedule. I don't think it's like you couldn't look at like a tide chart to be able to figure out when they're going to come around. It's due to other factors, but they're becoming so common that I guess it's just about every year. That's nuts.
So it's not like these things are new. They start between 15 and 65 kilometers offshore in late summer or early fall, and sometimes stay entirely offshore. Usually they only last a few months. But this bloom started over 9 months ago and shows no signs of slowing down. There have been blooms in the past that have lasted years, so the duration isn't unprecedented. But exactly what triggers the algae to flourish and why some blooms last while others don't is still largely a mystery. There's a lot of internet speculation that particularly polluted waters from Florida's Lake Okeechobee, which were released down a river this summer, are to blame for this year's red tide. But experts are quick to point out that the tide began before those waters were released and far from where the river meets the sea. In fact, studies have largely failed to find connections between land-based pollution and the frequency of red tides. The tides seem to start too far offshore for runoff to be a major factor.
Interesting.
Sorry, internet. Things like the Lake Okeechobee water could be fueling the bloom now that it's close to shore, though, by giving it all kinds of extra nutrients, which might help explain why it's still going.
Nana Tyrannus says, thanks for the explanation. You bet, Nana. Yeah. I'm so glad you're watching. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Love you, Nana. That's my grandmother, everybody, in case you're wondering what's going on. Nana Tyrannus is my grandmother, so give her some hearts or some salutes in the chat. I know she'd appreciate that.
But even then, there are tons of other factors at play. Warmer waters from climate change might be increasing this year's severity, as these and other algae seem to like things hot. And it's possible that last year's notorious hurricane season also contributed to the current state of things, as hurricanes in the past have dragged nutrients offshore to fuel blooms. Scientists studying this year's red tide won't really have answers until they analyze the data they're collecting and compare what's happening now to previous years. But they expect the bloom to continue for a while, maybe even into next year.
I wonder what happened here.
Animals will continue to litter beaches where the bloom is worst, and local businesses already feeling lost tourism revenue will continue to struggle. So far, researchers haven't found a great way to get rid of or control red tides, since it would require getting both the algae and the resulting brevetoxins out of the water. So the most we can do right now is hope that it ends quickly for everybody's sake, and study it while it's happening. If you want to keep up to date with how things are going in Florida, you can follow the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission's regular updates, or NOAA's harmful algal bloom warnings and forecasts. And the site visitbeaches.org, which is run by Mote Marine Laboratory, has updated conditions for popular tourist hotspots. Links are in the description. Thanks for watching this episode of SciShow News, and
yeah, good stuff. Here's a link to that video right here in the chat for you. There you go. And, yeah. Why don't we take a look, as promised, at our new Titanosaur dinosaur. We've got a brand new sauropod dinosaur just described from Brazil. Paper just came out yesterday, I think. That is some exciting stuff. Let's take a look at that. Talk about why it's important. So, without further ado, let's get into some fossil news. Let's roll the video stinger there. All right. We've got a brand new sauropod dinosaur to discuss. So let's get into that. Unfortunately, it does look like the paper is paywalled. And I'm not sure if we have I don't have any press releases about it yet. During a normal week, on Tuesday, I would be at the museum and I could get access to a paper like this through the university library, but we've stopped our like paleontology seminars for the summer, so I don't have access to this yet. But I've got a new sauropod species from northwestern Brazil, the biomechanics and radiation of Titanosauria, Sauropoda somphospondyli. So, as a brief introduction, titanosaurs are these big ol' sauropod dinosaurs. Some of them were not much bigger than a car. Some of them were bigger than any other animal that's ever walked our planet. The biggest of the titanosaurs seem to have been the biggest of the dinosaurs. Absolutely huge. Enormous, enormous, enormous creatures. I can show you a clip of me walking around a titanosaur. Here we go.
Discovered dinosaur. I think it was only published back in what, like 2018, something like that?
Here's me at the Field Museum in Chicago.
Look it up, but
back in 2022.
It is.
There's the neck right there. There's the
creature.
The right arm,
take
rib cage. Enormous.
So one of the very largest animals to have ever walked the earth. Just absolutely astonishing.
Truly huge.
Very, very cool.
So it's an excellent example of a supergiant titanosaur. Like 130 feet long.
I mean,
these animals were
extraordinary. I hope you're getting some sense of the
superlative.
Each one of those femurs is taller than I am. The thigh bones. Look at those
femurs are like 7 feet long.
Up there in the hips. Massive, massive vertebrae. Just absolutely astonishing. And take a look at the way that the femur kind of bows a little bit out to the side. This is a characteristic of titanosaur dinosaurs. You don't really have that in diplodocids like Diplodocus or Apatosaurus, but you do get it in titanosaurs. They've got kind of a bow-legged stance like that. Not sure why. It might just be something to do with, I don't know, being able to support their weight. I don't really know. Yeah. His size, that is...
Anyway, they're big critters, you know? Big critters. So titanosaurs are a group of sauropod dinosaurs. Many genera, many species in this group. Within the Titanosauria. Yeah, the largest animals to ever walk the earth. And it's probably fair to say. Some of them were enormous. There is paleontologist Matt Wadle, right? Where did he go? He works on sauropods, and here he is next to a vertebra of Argentinosaurus, which is one of the largest of the titanosaurs. Matt Wadle himself is a big guy. He's like over 6 feet tall. There he is next to just one of the vertebrae, one of the backbones of this animal. Enormous. If there's one dinosaur that probably takes the cake for the biggest dinosaur we found so far, my money would be on Argentinosaurus. Just huge. Huge. Yeah. So, and here, to help kind of illustrate this point... yeah, take a look at this. With David Attenborough. So this is Patagotitan, the same one that you saw in the Field Museum with me in that clip. That's the same skeleton. That's this critter. Patagotitan is one genus of Titanosaur, like the new one we're going to be talking about. It's a member of this same group of sauropod dinosaurs. Little Pink Pony says, I was born in the 80s. I want to call them Brontosaurus so badly. So Brontosaurus, aka Apatosaurus, is a different kind of sauropod dinosaur from much earlier in time, from the Jurassic period of North America. These guys are from the Cretaceous of South America. They are later and presumably bigger than Brontosaurus, aka Apatosaurus. But they're both Brontosaurus and these Titanosaurs are both sauropods. Sauropods are your long-necked, plant-eating dinosaurs. Sauropods, you know. If you're talking about, well, as a lot of people in the general public call them long necks, the scientific word for that, the word that we as paleontologists use, for this group of dinosaurs that all share a common ancestor, we call them sauropods. Anywho. The biggest dinosaurs that ever lived, the biggest animals to ever walk our planet, were sauropods, like these Mamenchisaurus here. Anyway. That heart, 6 feet in circumference, huge heart. The heart itself. What a cool way to visualize this, you know? Yeah. One massive Valentine's here. There you go, Basil. How you doing? Welcome. Nuts. And Flap Flap Octopus, I don't think they're showing all the veins and capillaries. They're just showing the major ones. Well, birds are reptiles, but fair. TMK says, did they even have any enemies with that size? That's a great question, TMK. Probably not when full grown, but there were other dinosaurs walking around at the same time who would have loved to have made a meal out of these guys. Critters like Carcharodontosaurs, like Tyrannotitan. You know, dinosaurs like this. About the same size as Tyrannosaurus. You know, if you like T-Rex, then Tyrannotitan it belongs to a different family of meat-eating dinosaurs, but it's about the same size. Instead of a Tyrannosaur, this is an Allosauride, a Carcharodontosaur. Tyrannotitan. But, these guys would have to be pretty hungry or pretty desperate to take on a full-size, full-grown Titanosaur. They would want to go after young ones, small ones, sick ones, injured ones instead. Just like you see in predators today. You know, a lion is not going to go after a full-grown elephant. It's much more likely to go after, you know, a baby. or something like that. Or scavenge the carcass. Yeah, there you go, Dr. Epps. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And that's an interesting thing because we don't have direct evidence of that, of those, you know, fatty foot pads like this, but it does make a lot of sense. So this is one of those times when we have to kind of make some inferences because this stuff doesn't fossilize. Fat usually doesn't fossilize like that. Nor does the vasculature fossilize. But in order to make this animal work, it would have had to have some kind of special adaptation like that. And this is something that elephants have today. It would not be surprising at all if sauropod dinosaurs evolved a very similar kind of structure like that. Or maybe they had something else that we're not even thinking of. But they would have had some kind of special adaptation to keep the blood from pooling there at the bottom of the legs. You know? Yeah. Kind of like compression socks. Yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. So that's a titanosaur right there. And now we've got a brand new one. We've got a brand new titanosaur from Brazil. Brazil is really seeing a swift uptick in the number of dinosaurs that have been described out of the country recently. It's really cool to see. We used to have 0 dinosaurs from Brazil, pretty much, and now we've had 2 dinosaurs described from Brazil just this year. This is one of them. In this work, Tiamat Validesii, gen et spinov, new genus, new species, is described a new species of basal titanosaur prospected from the Açu Formation, the Albian-Cenomanian stages, Potiguar Basin, Ceará State, northeastern Brazil. The new taxon is composed by an associated sequence of anterior to middle caudal vertebrae, so tail bones from close to the base of the tail to about the middle of the tail, being diagnosed by 4 diagnostic features. Oh, so I guess they only have tail vertebrae for this group. A marked accessory tuberosity dorsoventrally developed, located on the prezygapophyses, deeply medioventral excavated articulation facets of prezygapophysis, and postzygapophysis articular facets. So we've got some kind of like nooks and crannies in the vertebrae here that seem to be distinct from other sauropod dinosaurs. Presence of developed hypentrum hyposphene articulations and short middle centra with a well-marked articular facet for the hemal arch. So we've got some interesting stuff going on with the basically like the top of the vertebra right there too. It seems to be distinct from other sauropod dinosaurs that have been found so far. We're talking about vertebrae here. These are not sauropod vertebrae, they're the vertebrae of an Allosaurus, you know, this dinosaur, but these wouldn't look worlds different from the sauropod tail vertebrae we're talking about. The proximal caudal vertebrae are going to look something like this. They'll still have the centrum there. They'll have the neural spine, and you'll have those transverse processes, and then your pre and then post zygapophyses. Pre-zygapophyses on the front, post-zygapophyses around the back. Yeah. The phylogenetic analysis, so like when they looked at these different features of the vertebrae and they coded the different characters, like the different characteristics they They assigned numbers to those, and they ran it through a computer to create what we call a phylogeny, or a cladogram. That analysis reveals that Tiamat validesii, this new titanosaur, was a basal member of Titanosauria. So they're saying it's pretty near the base of the Titanosaur family tree. It's an early Titanosaur. It's early diverging, is what they're claiming here.
Oh, what time and oh, what fun. Playing tag with you,
And Hugin, thank you for those 100 bits.
I just wanted to say thank you for being an amazing person. You've reignited the love of science and dinosaurs in so many people, and we all appreciate you.
Thank you, Hugin. I really appreciate you saying that. Holy cow. Thank you for the kind words and the encouragement. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Hugin. And thank you for your continued support. Thank you for helping make all this possible through your continued support. I am grateful for that. Thank you, Hugin. Good stuff. Petrodactylus says Tiamat is a flippin' amazing name for a dinosaur. I'm glad you think so, Petrodactylus. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
What at Hugen9129 said.
Thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits and for your confirmation of Hugin's kind words. I appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Here, if you want to read about this new Titanosaur, Tiamat, well, here is a link to the paper. I don't have access to the Zoological Journal of the Linnaean Society. Let me try a... like a back alley kind of thing here. Let's see if I can't get access to this.
Access denied.
Sorry. No. If I had gone to Berkeley this morning, like I often do on Tuesdays, I would have had a chance to visit the library and use library access to get this, but not today. Sorry. Yeah. But there will already be, I betcha, a Wikipedia article about this critter. Tiamat. Apparently it's a Swedish metal band, 2019 science fiction novel, a dragon deity from Dungeons and Dragons, and a primordial goddess of ancient Babylonian religion. But it is now a titanosaur as well. Maybe it hasn't even been added to this yet, but there it is, other Tiamat dinosaur. It's just a stub at this point. This article just came out yesterday. The scientific paper just came out yesterday, but there's already a Wikipedia article about it. How amazing is that? Dinosaur Wikipedia might really be the best part of Wikipedia. The most accurate, the most frequently updated, the most comprehensive. But apparently Tiamat is named after the Mesopotamian mythical goddess. Okay. Yeah. You will probably see this article, if you want to open this in a new tab and then refresh it a few times over the next couple days, you will probably see this article grow in its comprehensiveness. Everything else. You'll probably have an illustration on here before too long. But yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Yeah. But yeah. And Gravity, I hope you feel better soon. You take care of yourself, Gravity. Thanks for being here. And Dr. Hub says, all the D&D and mythology buffs agree that Tiamat is a great name for a dinosaur. I'm surprised it hasn't been used already. There's a fair number of different deities and religious characters and stuff like that from different religions around the world that have been made into dinosaur names. Tiamat is a good example. We've got Anzu, which is another one. Anzu Wiley. It's a big old Oviraptorosaur dinosaur from the Hell Creek Formation. Before it had a proper scientific name, before it was published, it had a kind of a pop culture nickname. People called it the Chicken from Hell. But this is a big Oviraptorosaur that lived alongside Triceratops, T-Rex, those dinosaurs, in the Hell Creek Formation. Quetzalcoatlus, yeah, Madam 33. Named after Quetzal.
This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Well.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, in these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Goldaline
and their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Let's do it, Goldaline. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. And thank you, Wolfie Bear, for dropping in there. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
Well.
Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
It's true, Sydney Akakoko. Thank you for following, and thank you, Ditch Boy. What a great name, Ditch Boy. Your name makes me smile, Ditch Boy. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Goldaline, tell me about your stream. It sounds like you were doing some just chatting. Sounds cool. Welcome to the channel. Allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, streaming to you from my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area, here in coastal California. Although in just a little over 2 weeks, I'll be streaming from the Badlands of Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs live on stream, like I did last year. I'll be out there for the entire month of June, digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and showing you how that works, showing you what goes into paleontological fieldwork. It'll be
up the head here,
more of this kind of thing.
We'll be able to figure out what what particular clade, what particular group of duck-billed dinosaurs this belongs to. And then, you know, basically the easy part is behind the head. We know what those look like. They're all...
Anyway, you get the idea. But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful stream, Goldaline. I hope you had a wonderful stream. And I'm a true crime streamer, bringing my family over to a brilliantly different vibe. I'm grateful for that, Goldaline. Thank you. And since we've got some cool new people who have come in with you, Goldaline, I think it might be a wonderful opportunity for a quick welcome video. Talking about rather than committing true crimes. I'm glad to hear it, Ditch Boy. Although, if you were to commit false crimes, would that be such a bad thing? I don't know. I like to think committing true crimes is better than committing false crimes. But what do I know? I'm just a paleontologist. And in order to explain why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, I might as well call forth a good friend of ours, previously recorded Danny, to tell you a little bit about my background and how I came to be here on Twitch. So, yeah, we'll bring him on. Thank you again, Goldaline, for bringing your viewers here, and thank you for the follows, Raiders. And previously recorded Danny, it is your time to shine once again. Go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny.
Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online. All right, friends. So, we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, on a range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Goldaline for that awesome raid. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. And Ditch Boy, thank you so much for subscribing. You will not have to watch any ads on this channel for as long as you stay subscribed, including, contrary to what previously recorded Danny said about not doing fieldwork or whatever, I've been doing fieldwork for the past 3 years now. And, we're going to be live streaming that in, well, shoot. Take a look at the schedule. We're here on Tuesday the 14th of May. The 31st of May is when I'll be out in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs. And then prior to that, I hope to be doing some streams from Salt Lake City, Utah about fossils as well. But, yeah. To set up camp. We finished setting up camp this morning, or mostly finished anyway. My first stream of fieldwork in Utah last summer. So, welcome everybody. You are in for such a treat. Be doing more of this in July. Yeah. Here, anyway, near Moab, Utah. Myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I stream dinosaur paleontology here on Twitch. It is my honor and privilege to be able to share fossil science with all of you, including fieldwork like this. I'm streaming right now via satellite. There's the Starlink dish right there. Goldaline says, I just want to say I respect your stream and method of communicating greatly. I appreciate that, Goldaline. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for saying so. That means a lot to me. And I see you're subscribed there too, Goldaline. Is that a gift sub or a recurring sub? Thank you for your support, Goldaline, and for your raid. I really appreciate that. You know, my whole purpose here on Twitch is to do science outreach, to talk to people about fossils, to the best of my ability to show rather than just tell. That's the whole point of paleontologizing, is talking about paleontology, about fossil science, in a way that makes it real and intuitive. It's kind of where the name comes from. You know, not paleontology. You know, I want to get away from this idea of science being like a subject matter. You know, like something that you learn, like some dusty book sitting on a shelf somewhere. I want to get away from that idea. Paleontology, I want you to think of it more as a process. Something that we do, something that you can participate in or watch. A way of learning about the world around us and the incredible history of life on our planet. Hence, paleontologizing. You know, trying to take that paleontology, make it a verb, make it something that you do. That's what it's all about. Yeah. And, yeah, I wanted to do something unique to kind of not just tell, but show people how dinosaur paleontology works. How do we find dinosaurs? Repeating myself here. How do we get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory? That's what this is all about. So, welcome, welcome, everybody. And, I should also acknowledge everybody who's made this possible through their financial support, through subscribing and gifting and cheering and everything else. I could not do this without all of you. So thank you very, very much. Sydney, for subscribing to the YouTube. I apprite that. And do we have a raid coming in? Fantastic. Yeah, excellent. Hoot House. Anywho, that's near where I am. But the first question that I'll probably get is, where are you right now? So I am in the state of Utah on the eastern side, kind of near Moab, Utah. If any of you know where that is. That's and there you go, Casey. Yeah. I am. So yeah.
And again, it's such an honor to be able to bring you along for the ride.
We have a hole anyway.
Some of you might remember Don from last summer.
Howdy.
Yeah, Don's the assistant state paleontologist for the state of Utah.
And very glamorous job, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. He's our fearless leader out here right now. And yeah, there's Ethan over there too. Yeah, Ethan was our fearless leader in Wyoming, and now he's
These
somewhat
plant eaters
fearful.
or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
Darkalotl.
Friends. Hi, Danny. Hope
How are
things
you
are
doing,
good, smiley
Darkalotl?
face.
Things are great, Darkalotl. I hope they're good with you too. It is wonderful to see you, Darkalotl. Hope things are good with you as well. How are you? We're indulging in looking at some clips from last summer's fieldwork because I'm going to be out there again in just a few short weeks. Like, less than 2 weeks from now. I'll be out there in Wyoming again. This is Utah, though. Let me fill everybody in on the schedule. It might be new. The 31st of May is when I will be starting fieldwork in Wyoming. With Ethan right there, who is leading our crew in Wyoming. And then the entire month of June, every single day in June, I'm going to try and stream from the field. I can't guarantee that I can stream every single day, because we will be busy out there. This is this isn't some Mickey Mouse pay-to-dig experience. This is the real deal. You know, we're digging up new species of dinosaur out in the wilds of Wyoming. Anything can happen. So I can't guarantee that I'll stream every single day, but I'll try to stream as often as possible. As close to every day as I can. Because I want to bring you along for the ride. This is a wonderful opportunity for science outreach, and I will try and miss as few days as possible. Then, beginning of July, I've got a little hiatus. I'm actually going to be coming back to the Bay Area. Around the 4th, I fly back. And then maybe we can do some office streams here from the 8th through, say, the 12th. Then the 15th, I fly to Utah. And I'll be doing fieldwork from mid-July to mid-August in Utah. Back here again in near Moab, Utah. And I'll be live streaming almost every day there too, so I'm very excited about that, and I hope you'll tune in. So yeah. Kennedy says last year was very good from the field, and Kennedy, this year is going to be even better. Thanks in part to your generosity, Kennedy. Hang on just a minute. Let me go get a box that I got in the mail last night. And here, I'll leave you with previously recorded Danny for a second
dating
here.
work, but the pubs are by pretty reputable people.
Huh.
So why would like Tojungasaurus is Middle Jurassic?
Here, I'll be right back, Kennedy.
How do you
I'm sorry,
say
late Jurassic.
Your box arrived, and Lenina, I've got something from you too. So let's go. Let me go grab that from upstairs. I'll be right back.
That's lower upper Jurassic now.
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But Susie Maidment and Omar think they have a stegosaur in the Middle Jurassic of Morocco.
Oh.
In fact,
yeah.
Susie named one.
Uh-huh.
And Omar's got parts that might go to it.
Yeah, yeah.
But
That's
they're
a
not
weird
talking.
thing.
I mean, this is part of the
the
problem. And Omar, Morocco in general is the Wild West.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, it's, Morocco is definitely, I want them to be more serious and don't just let stuff get ripped off piecemeal, which has been the policy.
So what would that potentially teach us if we can figure out what's going on in the Middle Jurassic? Like, which groups would suddenly make more sense?
Yeah, a bunch of groups.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I mean, Middle Jurassic.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's where Maniraptor horns originate.
Right.
That's, where a bunch of the big groups of the Cretaceous actually appear.
Yeah, yeah.
In the Middle Jurassic.
So
they have
the guy in the yellow there is...
We have no record of what's going on.
Is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland, a living legend. And I'm going to be streaming with him again from the field in Utah, and then hopefully, before we leave for Wyoming, too. I'm hoping we can do a live stream from the Utah Raptor Mega Block. I sent him a text about this morning. Hopefully he has time to get back to me soon. But that is going to be really cool, too. Little Pink Pony says, I can't wait for more Jim Kirkland streams. Oh, there's going to be some good ones this year, Little Pink Pony. There's going to be some good ones.
We've got no Maniraptorans older than what, like Archaeopteryx or something?
Yeah.
Which is nuts. Unless maybe Earlyanosaurus.
Archaeopteryx is a bird. What are you talking about?
It's a Maniraptoran.
Okay. Was
the
it
oldest one?
Earlyanosaurus was a proposed therizinosaur from like the early Jurassic?
Yeah, and I still have big doubts. I think it's some kind of prosauropod more.
Yeah. That makes sense.
My left side. You shade that down.
But therizinosaurs are way derived, you know. And,
yeah.
You know, it's just like, you know how many ghost lineages you got to throw in to have that be what's going on? It's just like, it makes zero sense.
Yeah.
It's like,
anywho, yeah. To see more enthralling discussions like that, tune in this summer. I got a box last night from Kennedy. Thank you, Kennedy. But first I got a letter from the Lenina. Lenina. What did you send me? Am I clear to open this live on stream, Lenina? Let me know. There we go. Go right ahead, says Lenina. Well, excellent. Let's do it. What could be in here? I am enthralled. Present time. Yes, indeed. Well. A thank you card? Wait, for me, Lenina, from you? I should be thanking you for all of your hard work as a moderator. Lenina, holy cow. What is this? Thank you. Oh, look at that! Is that a grackle, Lenina? That is phenomenal. Oh, I love that sticker. I love the stern look on this theropod's face. Good stuff. Oh, that is phenomenal, Lenina. I love that. Holy cow, that is cool. And, oh, Apollo the Parrot as well. Glass. Lenina, very thoughtful of you. Thank you. And here's a note. Do you want me to read this out loud? I'd like to, but I'd tear up. Sure, says Lenina. Okay. Lenina says, I just wanted to send you a quick note to thank you for all that you do. You've got such neat handwriting, Lenina. You've created something incredibly special here, a place for all of us to convene, discuss, and celebrate our mutual love of science, and I cannot thank you enough for it. Oh, Lenina, thank you for helping make that possible. Best of luck this field season. I'm looking forward to the dig site live streams and getting to see the science of paleontology shine in all its earth-tone glory. Paleo salute. A paleo salute to you too, Lenina. Paleo salute to you. Thank you. Much love, the Lenina and fam. Feelings mutual, Lenina. Holy cow. P.S. Here's a couple of stickers to use as you please. One needs no introduction. The design of the other is called Count Gracula. Oh, I love that. Which was too hilarious not to send your way. Lenina, this is fantastic. I might be in the market for a new computer machine. A new laptop computer machine. They don't really make netbooks anymore, but that's, I'm looking for a small, compact laptop. I've got one picked out that I would love to be able to get, and it's going to need some stickers. And this one in particular, I'm excited for it. Look at you, Mini Pie. Thank you, Lenina. That is wonderful. I really appreciate your generosity and your thoughtfulness, and all of your hard work that you do as a moderator here. It means so much to me, and it means so much to this community. So thank you, Lenina. Thank you kindly. This is excellent. I'm going to go put these in my sticker drawer right now, so I don't misplace them. And, one right here in particular. Oh! It makes me want to... You're going to push me into getting a new laptop. Specifically so I can put this on there. My old one is... It's not quite dead yet, but it's getting there. I am kind of in need of a new laptop for the summer. And for, you know... So, yeah. Let me go put these away. But thank you, Lenina. Very thoughtful of you. Very generous. Appreciate you. Tazra, how are you doing? Long time no see. Mini Pie, will you say hello to Tazra here? Where are you going? And Commodore says, get an ugly laptop. You know, I'm not getting a... I'm getting a... You know, a Windows laptop. I'm not getting one of those expensive Apple ones.
It was called the Pecodontia. It made reptile history.
Ditch Boy! Thank you for those gift subs.
And the dinosaur dynasty.
I appreciate that very much. Mini Pie, that's 5 gift subs right there. But she doesn't care, but I care. Thank you, Ditch Boy. And I'm sure those 5 chatters who won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. I will already be in the field digging up dinosaurs for like 2 weeks by the time any of those 5 lucky chatters have to see a single ad on this channel. So thank you, Ditch Boy, for your generosity and your support. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. Some help towards your new laptop? Thank you, Ditch Boy. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. We're a little bit behind with our sub goal this week. Oh, down there. Here. It's down here, Mini Pie. Look. You see the sub goal? She's not impressed. You know, it's still early in the week, Mini Pie. It's still early in the week. And what kind of laptop are you thinking? Just a little...
If you're feeling
laptop.
a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I can show
Are there many fossils in Egypt?
Many fossils in Egypt? Absolutely, Wombat Hole, yeah. And we'll be talking about that before I leave for the field. Gotta go to my notes now. This is the one that I'm looking at. Dell XPS 13 laptop. Yeah, not too expensive. It needs to be small, portable, good battery life, decently fast, but nothing too fancy. I want it to last me 4 years. That's my mark for this. 4 years. If I can get 4 years out of this thing, I'll be happy. My current laptop, little mini laptop, I've been able to get almost 4 years out of it. And man, I've really beat that thing up, so yeah. That's my goal. Yeah, it does have Windows 11, I know, Jody Fish, but you can't get them with Windows 10 anymore, so yeah. Harry says, solid machine. Yeah, I asked Ios about this, and she has a degree in computer science. And she wanted me to get an Apple computer, one of those Macintosh laptops that cost, you know, they cost how many dollars? How many? For 9,000. I don't have that kind of. I don't have that kind of bread, you know. Plus, you know, I don't know, I've never been an Apple guy. I'm not willing to buy a computer that costs twice as much as my car. So this, you know, it's on sale. If I can get it for like less than $700, I'm happy. You know. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And yet me too, Casey Stewart. I have very frequently opened things up and replaced parts in different computers before, so yeah. Anyway, Less than 700 is a bargain? Yes, Dame Karen, yes. I'll get you some treats in a minute, but let me show off. Oh, let me first put those stickers in the sticker drawer so I don't misplace them. And yeah. And then I'll get you some treats, and then we'll show off what Kennedy sent. Holy cow. Kennedy 104 was very generous, buying some items off the wish list for fieldwork this summer, and I'm excited to show you those, Mini Pie. We'll see if she approves. And that was not a spatula; that was a letter opener, which I think Mini Pie is currently. Nope, not sitting on. It's over here. Yeah, letter opener. Pull out a knife. This is a letter opener. Yeah. We'll put these in the sticker drawer. There we go. Yeah. So you quite might be let it open in before. There you go, Harry. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Mayor Space says, when people hear you built a PC, they think you're some kind of tech genius. What they don't know is that all the parts just go into the only place where they fit. Exactly, Mayor Space. Unless they don't, in which case you've done something wrong, and I almost did something like that building this PC. But I wouldn't have had the confidence to do that if I hadn't had iOS's help. So, can we get a shout out for iOS real quick? The reason why I'm on Twitch in the first place, I'd never heard of Twitch, really, before I met iOS. And she introduced me to the platform. She's the reason I'm here today. So big shout out to iOS, who plays video games here on Twitch, believe it or not. Yeah. And iOS is traveling right now, so Mini Pie misses her a lot. Don't you, Minnie? Yeah. She'll be back in a few days. She'll be back in a few days. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Let's see what Kennedy has sent. Kennedy, are you here right now? Yeah. I got a bit of back pay, and someone's going to science. Thank you, Kennedy. Holy cow. Check out some of these items, which Kennedy has sent. Well. Well, Mini Pie, you gotta stop knocking my mouse off the desk or you're gonna break it. I don't want you doing that. Please don't. Please don't. Yeah. Enjoy your gift. Stay on time. From Kennedy. We got not one, but two different like SPF chapsticks. Two packs, so a total of 4. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4 of these, because last year in Wyoming I actually got a sunburn on my lips because I put sunscreen everywhere except for my lips. And I'm not prone to sunburning. You know, I've got Puerto Rican heritage. I've got a decent amount of melanin built in. So I'm not one of those people who burns very easily, but at 8,000 feet of elevation, the atmosphere is thin. Up in southwest Wyoming. And it was thin enough where I got sunburn on my lips. First time in my life where that's happened. That will not happen this year, thanks to you, Kennedy. So thank you for that. Use them well. I know I would need them. I will use them well, Kennedy. And shoot, I have got enough now where I could probably share with a crew member if share with one of my comrades if I need to. I've got 4 of these. That'll last me more than the whole summer, so I can afford to give one away. Thank you, Kennedy, for your generosity there. I appreciate it. Oh, but that is not all. Kennedy also sent me this. Sometimes people ask me, Danny, when you're out there in the field, how do you possibly stay clean? Where do you shower? This is how we shower. We don't have showers out there. We shower, you know, kind of like a cat does, you know? Except rather than the, like, you know, doing the whole licking thing, we use wet wipes. So thank you, Kennedy, for sending these. I've got some other wet wipes, but they're a little on the small side, and they tend to fall apart because they're the flushable kind. These are not the flushable kind. We don't flush them anyway, because we don't have flush toilets out there. We, you know, we use a bucket. So these are going to be excellent, and are going to help keep me clean. So thank you, Kennedy, for that. I really appreciate it. Yeah. And that's what astronauts do, too? Really? They lick themselves like cats, Mayor of Space? I didn't know that, but I guess as the Mayor of Space, you would know that. Huh. Minnie, what are you doing? What are you doing, Minnie? You pushing the camera around? In space, no one knows you're a cat. Yeah, that was the point of that 1979 film Alien, right? Someday they're going to make a remake of that, or a reboot or whatever, and it's going to be from Jonesy's perspective, from the cat's perspective. Wait, oh, you find that idea boring, Minnie Pie? You're yawning. Minnie Pie's like, don't mess with the classics. Classic film. Don't change it. Don't pull a George Lucas. That would make a good video game idea? Holy cow, it would be a good game idea, Harry, yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Hub says Disney owns the Alien IP. They might like the idea? Uh-oh. Do they really own that? Ridley Scott. Yeah, I guess that would have been MGM at the time, right? MGM Studios? Which I think is owned by Disney now, isn't it? Shoot. I know they had it at the Great Movie Ride at Disney's MGM Studios Park. So yeah. Oh, and good girl, Minnie Pie, using the scratch and post. Good girl, Minnie. Yeah. Amazon owns MGM. Really, Dr. Hubs? Is that right? And is the alien mother an evil Disney queen? That's a good question, Kennedy. That's an excellent question. So Amazon owns MGM, is that right? Amazon also owns Twitch. Huh. Interesting. Well, we've got another item. In fact, 2 more items from Kennedy. One of them is something that I will be able to use more or less immediately, before I even leave for the field. Kennedy also spotted this on the wish list and grabbed it for me. Thank you, Kennedy. It's a new watch band. Because my current watch band is fallen apart. It is a year old at this point. And, look at that. It is fraying. It is kind of on its last legs. There's just bits of thread holding it together right there. So, thank you, Kennedy. This is something that I use not just every day, but literally like every hour out of every day. So I appreciate it, Kennedy. Thank you. And there is one more thing that Kennedy sent. Something that I really liked, but I don't have anymore because it got stolen out of my car. Somebody broke into my car to steal this and some other stuff. About 6 months ago? 7 months ago? I don't know. It's back in like November. a rain jacket. This is going to keep me dry in the field. This is an excellent rain jacket. I would highly recommend it. I've used it before. Good stuff. It's got a hood that folds, like the old one folded down into the... Maybe it still does, I don't know. But anyway, when you're out in the fields, even in a place like Wyoming or Utah, you get these sudden torrential downpours, and it's important to stay dry if you can. So thank you, Kennedy, for sending this to me. I really appreciate it. I know this wasn't cheap, so thank you very, very much. Thank you for all of this wonderful stuff. This is going to make my field season all the more pleasant. These are all very practical items. Thank you, Kennedy. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And thank you, Casey. Yeah. Yeah. I've got a garage that I can park my car in now, which is really, really nice since I moved, so I don't really have to worry about that anymore. It's awesome. Yeah. And Graph Tark says if they broke in for that jacket, they probably needed it. Well, they didn't actually see the jacket. They just saw a tool bag in the back. And it wasn't even that, like, I left a tool bag in the back of the car where they could see it. I have a tonneau cover in the back of the Prius, like a screen that stretches across, so even if you look in the window, you can't see anything. Someone must have been watching me as I opened up the rear hatch, and then I think I was getting a reusable shopping bag out or something, so I could go to the store. But I walked to the store instead of driving. I guess if I'd driven, Anyway. But someone was, like, intently watching, I suppose, and they caught a glimpse of the tool bag in the back, the tool bag that had the raincoat in it, the rain jacket in it, and they decided to, after I was gone, ran over, smashed the window, stole the tool bag that had the rain jacket in it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Glad break-ins aren't a concern anymore. Very stressful. Yeah, Casey. I'm really, really lucky that I've got a garage that I can park the car in. Anywho, Kennedy says, wear it well. I will. You might not see me wear it, because I might not be streaming if there's a risk of rain, but know that if you see rain in the forecast for Green River, Wyoming, anytime in the month of June, I'll be wearing that rain jacket. Thank you, Kennedy. Yeah. And Dr. Hub says, I drive a Prius. It has low ground clearance. How is it out in the field? Mine does not have low ground clearance. Specifically, because of this. I drive a lifted 2008 Toyota Prius. Because there's this guy up in Chico, California, who produces these lift kits for Toyota Prii and other vehicles as well. So I've been able to turn this thing into, like, an excellent field vehicle. Yeah. Here, I'll give you a link. Prius Off-Road. Not a joke. That's a real thing. It is, it's pretty excellent. Yeah, don't take low for an answer. Yeah. But I've got that. I've got off-road tires. I've got underbody steel skid plates to protect the undercarriage. A number of other modifications that I've made to it to turn it into a stellar field vehicle. I've had big, ridiculous field vehicles before. I had a 2007 Toyota FJ Cruiser that looked a lot like this. I had this back in Montana. All black like this, with a bull bar on the front and a winch and a lift and everything. It just wasn't a practical vehicle. It just didn't make sense for me to have. I only really needed it for field work, and even then, it's like... there was maybe a quarter-mile stretch of road immediately before some of our field sites that I used this for, I could have had a Prius back then with a lift on it, and it would have been fine. And would have used 1/8 the amount of fuel, probably. Jody Fish says, it was for show? I mean... I wanted a big, gnarly off-road vehicle. I didn't realize how impractical that was. Anyway, I like the Prius much, much better. It's a much more smart, practical, capable vehicle than something like this. This is ridiculous. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Let's see here. There we go. Toyota Prius stock versus lifted. So, stock height on kind of standard OEM tires. And scrape. 1.5-inch lift. No more scraping. But then you put that on taller tires, and you don't even get close to scraping. Oof. Yeah. Anywho. If you're skeptical of this idea, there we go. From Road and Track magazine. The Toyota Prius is the best apocalypse vehicle. Range, capability, and durability make a car we don't typically think about into the perfect solution. An artistic rendering here. I do not have a Gauss 7 cannon on the top of my Prius. Honestly, that would kind of throw it off balance. That would make it not as aerodynamic. The fuel economy wouldn't be as good. But, you know, not the sort of vehicle you think about for a Mad Max kind of scenario, but, you know, extraordinarily reliable, very fuel efficient, long distance, comfortable vehicle for just going down the highway. Yeah. It's an optional extra, says Dave Karen. Yeah. We call this the anti-tank package. Yeah. For, you know, punching through the front lines of an armored brigade, we'd recommend the uranium-tipped rounds on a Gauss 7 cannon as an optional feature. Anywho. Speaking of field work, we will be back out in the field doing field work very shortly. And I'm very excited about that. So, in anticipation of that, is it the one we're looking at? Yeah, okay. Let's get back to this. This is a lovely documentary series produced fairly recently about dinosaur paleontology up in Canada. And this will be a lovely springboard for discussion about digging up dinosaurs, what that's like, what that entails, all that good stuff. We'll just play the intro to kind of introduce
Season
you to
of
it.
the Dinosaur. The world's top paleontologists dig into Canada's prehistoric past to unearth a living world buried in time.
Bingo!
We got dinosaurs. They'll battle heat and floods and the ticking clock as they track the footsteps of dinosaurs. And the most incredible creatures ever to walk the earth will live again on Dino Hunt.
That's very dramatic. Dino Hunt. I love this because it's essentially a reality TV show without most of the sensationalism or the trickery or, you know, editing nonsense. It's like, this is how it actually works. Survivor dinosaurs. There you go, Dame Karen. Yeah. And then Graf Tark says, that sounds like Dan Aykroyd. I wonder why that would be. But Graf Tark was also asking how I can broadcast from the field. Well. Here.
But I feel kind of silly talking about this because Jim, you know, he can, he's the real expert here, so we'll have him talk about it. But for anybody wondering, this is our streaming setup right there. There's the dish, the router, the solar battery, and the solar panels. It's the only reason this is possible out here. The only reason I could afford this was because of the very generous support of you, the viewers. So thank you very, very much for that. I'm deeply grateful. I know I say that a lot, but it's always worth saying again.
I'll say it again right now. I am deeply, deeply grateful for the support that we've gotten through this community. Really incredible. What a wonderful opportunity for some science outreach from the field this summer. I truly cannot wait. It is going to be awesome. That said, let's return to this. I have not seen this part before. What's going on here?
Play. Ever to walk the earth will live again on Dino Hunt.
Dino Hunt.
This week on Dino Hunt, two teams race against the rising tides in the Bay of Fundy, Nova Scotia.
And Cobra Raven says, if I mounted a Gal 8 on my car, put the car neutral, and started firing backward from a standstill, I would be breaking the internet speed limit in less than 3 seconds. Holy, really? From 0 to 80 in less than 3 seconds? That's impressive, Cobra Raven. You'd probably be breaking some other laws in the process, though. And then Dorkalotto wants to know, is it possible for an amateur to join a real dinosaur dig? 1,000,000% Dorkalotto, yes. I think most museums do not have the same kind of volunteer opportunities that mine does. A lot of museums do have that, Dorkalotto. Here, let me show you. There's an opportunity that my old friend Carrie was talking about recently on the old Twitter. Where was this? There we go. Summer is fast approaching, and we have a few spots left on our Dino Dig crew this summer. If you haven't completed your application yet, please submit it ASAP. Application and info below. Yeah. There it is in the chat for you. This is for Frost Science, I believe. But the majority of dinosaur digs rely on volunteers. Volunteers are the backbone of dinosaur field paleontology. This summer, the crew that I'm going to be on in Wyoming, we will have precisely one person getting paid to do field work. And that's me, and I'm only getting paid through Twitch. I'm not getting paid to do field work, I'm getting paid to stream, in the sense that I'll be streaming and, you know, it'll be like a normal day for me, except I'm in the field. Everybody else is out there volunteering. We will have a few different paleontologists who will be joining us, and they're getting paid a salary from their museums, but everybody else, it's volunteer work. We're doing this because we love it, because we're passionate about it, because we want to see the science progress, and we want to work toward that end. I get the impression that a lot of folks think that dinosaur fossils are somehow big money. And we might have... Shoot, it's probably the Discovery Channel that's been spreading this bit of misinformation. Yeah, really frustrating. I can't find a trailer, but there's this like reality TV show called Dino Hunters on the Discovery Channel, and it's frustrating. Because those are people who are digging up dinosaur fossils to sell to the highest bidder. They're in it for the money. Which is also frustrating because in order to make any money on that kind of thing, you've got to wildly, like, overprice everything. You've got to basically sell things for far more than their... I can't even say far more than their worth. Their real worth is in scientific data, in how they can contribute information to our understanding of the history of life on Earth, of our collective natural heritage. Trying to commodify dinosaur fossils is something that I am always leery about, to put it gently. Anyhow. And Dorcolado says, I know y'all were volunteers, but I guess I figured most field crews are mostly museum or university people. No, we will have people on our crew this summer who are just people that we know personally. A big part of it is like, who's somebody that you know in real life and you trust, and you know that they're a hard worker and they'll do a good job. You don't have to have a background in dinosaur paleontology or in science in general to contribute labor to a paleontological dig. We'll be talking more about that this summer. But as a case in point, let me show you this.
Yeah, pretty.
Here we go.
Yeah, pretty.
Oh, wrong one. And then by wind.
Exploration vessel that was stuck in Antarctica for a year.
Uh-huh.
And they could only...
Appreciate that. Yeah. Here, maybe I'll just hold this, because it keeps wanting to fall over. But, welcome everybody back to Paleontologizing. We're all volunteers on this crew. We're here in western Wyoming right now, kind of near the town of Green River. And we just had our first day in the field today, after setting up camp and everything, and we're feeling pretty good. So, yeah.
Stream.
Yeah, we're just going to kind of hang out, and if anybody's got any questions or anything, don't be shy. And if it's anybody's very first time here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I stream here on Twitch, usually while I'm out in the field this summer. But, yeah. How are we doing audio-visually right now? Is this shopping? Tommy Ploticus wants to know.
It was a blast.
I think it went pretty well. Yeah, and we got almost everything. Oh, Fisher, I got your peanut butter.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yours too. Did you
yeah.
want chunky or creamy peanut butter?
I'm a creamy kind of guy.
I am too.
But
and that's also all they had. Yeah.
Okay, but I don't complain.
Yeah.
So.
Nice.
We had, our working hypothesis was that because we didn't know which... Sorry about that.
What was
that?
that?
A little emergency Amber Alert thing. Our working hypothesis was that some people may hate crunchy, but there's no one on the earth who would say no to...
Right. Because what is crunchy peanut butter but just creamy with chunks in it?
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. If you wanted the chunkiest of peanut butter, you'd just get a bag of peanuts, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the mix.
Yeah. You like to mix it?
I like the chunk. I like the chunk.
Yeah.
But
I can respect that.
I like Jif.
Jif is your favorite?
Jif creamy. Yeah.
Okay,
Textures.
that's what we got,
Chewing
I think.
is nice.
So, yeah.
Chewing is a pleasant sensation.
Anyway, I think we do
Just
introductions
like
a white room.
There.
It's including one of the ribs that it needs to stand up. And Adam, if it starts raining, I'll probably show everybody.
but he was able to construct one of the ribs out of some 2x4s, and pretty ingenious.
So yeah, there's Adam right there. Adam does not have a background in science. He's not a paleontologist. I don't think ever been on a dinosaur dig before, but Ethan knew him personally. And he's like, yeah, I think he'd be good in the field. He might have had some camping and maybe like Boy Scouts experience or something like that. But Ethan brought him out, and he was a great addition to our crew for as long as he could stay out with us. So a big part of doing paleontological fieldwork is just kind of knowing the right people. And if you're the sort of person who wants to do paleontological fieldwork, if you want to go out and dig up fossils, maybe even dinosaur fossils, you don't have to have a degree, you don't have to have any training, you don't have to have any experience even. You don't even necessarily have to have any knowledge of fossil science in general. You just need to know who to ask. That's kind of how it works. And Tommy Plodicus says, that looks so relaxing. We will be doing more campfire streams like this again. So this next summer.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Fisher McDermott. I'm an undergraduate lab tech at Ohio University, and I do mostly digital preparation work on a number of archosaurs.
So Fisher does have a background in paleo.
Prosauropodamorph from Africa.
Oh, which one's that?
I don't think it's described yet, but it's early Jurassic.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Secret.
Yeah. Well, nice. Yeah, so we've got a pretty eclectic crew. Nick Longrich is here, too. I'm not sure if he's going to show up on stream. We've had a long day. He might just be resting now. But, yeah, anyway, we're just hanging out. I might grab something to drink in a second. And let me find a better substrate to put the tripod on so I don't have to keep holding it.
Grab a beer, Danny.
Yeah. There we go. I'll just put that there for the moment. Let me go grab a lid off of one of those storage tracks.
Just want to read the chat. Answer some chat questions.
Someone said, hi, Fisher.
Yo.
HT Halo.
Ahoy. Really good.
I wasn't privy to this because I wasn't.
Miss Scrugan said, y'all.
There we go.
Very cool.
I should just. I'll bring a whole trunk over it.
Good evening to you. Jizzlebub. Howdy.
So anyway, Dorkalotl, if you contact some other crews, and you've got experience from your work in Florida, you'll be able to get on some other digs if you want to. If you have the wherewithal to get to another part of the country, you will be able to participate in some other fossil digs.
Everybody loves Claire.
Just drop some names. Be like, yeah, I've worked with this person, that person. They can vouch for me. You'd be a shoo-in. Be a shoo-in.
Nice.
Yeah.
Engineering.
Everybody's just staring at the camera.
It doesn't fall over too many times.
Good morning from Germany. Guten Tag.
Whoa, good.
Guten Tag, I think it's good
All right,
afternoon.
nice.
Should have said Guten Morgen.
Come on, stay still.
Yeah.
That's good enough for now. Yeah, let me get some to drink.
I wasn't skipping. I was running there.
Fire away.
Camera good.
Anywho, you get the idea. We'll be out there again at this same spot. Out there in Wyoming. And, on the 31st. Hopefully I can do my first stream that evening. After we set up camp. Cross your fingers that everything goes well. We don't get rained out or anything. Anywho, back to this. Let's take a look at what they're doing here. Yeah.
In search of the dawn of the dinosaur. On the shores of the Minas Basin, the tracker team is hunting for signs of the first dinosaurs to walk this earth before the fossils get washed away.
It is an absolute shame I can't take this back with me.
And at Wasson's Bluff, if the prosauropod team can get to the bones before they're swept into the sea,
We cannot stop the tide.
they might uncover a new species of dinosaur that outlived a global catastrophe.
These sauropod. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. We've got a question from Atlas Brood. what sort of food supplies are you taking into the field? Also tea or coffee? We do have some coffee drinkers on the crew. I think we talk about food a little bit.
Excellent.
In
Great
this
to see
one.
ya. Let's go see what's going on over there in camp. But yeah, this lovely little wash in between all of these beautifully sculpted.
I can't wait to be out there
sandstone
again.
Rocks. You can see all those holes carved in them by wind. It does get very, very windy here. Yeah.
And Miss Yvette, I'm not really a tea guy or a coffee guy. I don't really do hot beverages in the morning. I'm just mostly because I don't want to become dependent on that kind of thing. That's one less thing that I need, and I'm happy about that. You know, I don't want to be tied down to any particular kind of liquid apart from water.
There's Adam sitting over there. Hey, Adam. And there's the reason that we can broadcast from out here.
There's our satellite dish.
Starlink. Like I showed you last night. There it is again. Yeah. And here is our makeshift supply tent that Adam kind of jury-rigged together, and it's working beautifully so far.
We are going to have apparently 16 people in camp at the beginning of this season. I don't know where we're going to put everybody. They're like, that's my tent there. Right here. And it was the biggest tent. I was a little embarrassed. It's frankly a little too big last year. I got a different tent this year that's 4 feet shorter on one side. But it'll still be big. I don't know where we're going to put everybody because there's very few spots that are actually on level ground. We'll have to put some people down in the wash over there or something. I don't know. 16 people in camp. It's going to be nuts.
And here is our makeshift supply tent that Adam kind of jury-rigged together, and it's working beautifully so far.
It didn't work
hey guys, how's it going?
beautifully later on.
How's it going?
We were missing some pieces, Joe.
Some tomatoes?
You caught the last round of tomatoes.
Beautiful.
Going into the pot. Bam.
Nice.
You got the last one.
So there's a lot of dry goods that we bring into the field, and then a few fresh fruits and vegetables and meats and stuff like that. We've got some proper coolers that we can take with us this year, which I'm really excited about. We had a huge wish list. A huge wish list that Ethan put together. Again, that's Ethan right there, scooping those tomatoes in.
Into the pot. Bam.
Nice. Ethan put this wish list together. All these different items that we could use for the field this year. Because we were a little light on supplies last year. And I've been sharing this with the community, and Balint from Science Streams has been sharing this, and every single item on the list has been purchased. Thousands of dollars worth of items purchased by this community. We are going to be one of the best equipped paleontological crews in the country, if not in the world. I don't even know what to say. So many different items. We are going to be extraordinarily well supplied this year. And I personally bought this label maker. I put it on the list and then paid for it because I wanted to be able to put the names of different viewers who had purchased different items. I wanted to put their names, their usernames on those items so that we can thank you every time we use them. So I'm going to be showing up to Salt Lake City, where Ethan lives, a couple days early before we leave for Wyoming, and I'll be labeling some of those items. Unless Ethan's done it already, but he's a busy guy. I kind of doubt he's had time for that. And you think you ordered one of the coffee pots, Storkalotto? That's the thing. If anybody has ordered one of these items, please let us know at dinosaurcampaign@gmail.com. Just send a quick note so that we know to thank you and to put your username on those items. Because there's a lot of items and it's easy to get things mixed up. It's easy to forget. Yeah. And you emailed Ken about, emailed Ethan about it, Miss Yvette. Yeah. Ethan's the one in charge of this. That's his email, dinosaurcampaign@gmail.com. And should be turning in soon. Do you see the STL file I put in the Discord? I did not see that thing. No, that sounds really cool. Thank you for putting that in there today. Can I ask what it is? What are you looking at, Mini Pie? What are you looking at? Atlas Brood says, why no first aid kit? I think we already have one. I need to confirm with Ethan, though, because that is a useful thing to have. I think we got a really good one last year, and we didn't even need to use it, so... I think we have one left over from the previous season. Should add a Toyota Prius with a mounted Gatling gun to the list. There you go, Cobra. Get a Toyota sponsorship. Toyota and U.S. Marine Corps sponsorship. Might as well add a second first aid kit as well. I'll talk to Ethan about it. He's a little embarrassed, frankly, at how... I don't know if embarrassed is the right word, but a little overwhelmed, maybe, by the sheer generosity of this community. You know, purchasing all of these different items. And frankly, I think he might be running out of space in his apartment to store all of these things before we leave for the field. So we might be buying some first aid kits in Wyoming as we pick up our dry goods and vegetables and stuff like that for food. We might get some additional first aid kits then. I would not be surprised if that's the case. And flares in case of T-Rex attacks. There you go, Atlas Brood. I've always wanted to get a flare gun. I've always found something really been fascinated by the concept of a flare gun like that. I've always wanted to have one. Maybe shoot it off on the 4th of July. But, I haven't done that yet. And Casey Snowart, you've got a random fossil question? Oh, we're all about those here, Casey Snowart. Especially coming from you. If there is a way to distinguish whether something is a shape variable or deformity in a creature of a known species versus it being a new species, say an unusual bone length or strange extra growth? Oh boy. Isn't that the question there? There are several different kinds of dinosaur that have been named that are probably just pathological. A good example of this is like Nidoceratops. Yeah. Nidoceratops, which I think is just a weird-looking Triceratops with some weird holes in its frill that may be deformities or some sort of bone disease or something like that. Yeah. The thing is, we don't really have a hard and fast answer for this kind of thing. It can be difficult to identify pathologies, like diseases or malformities or, you know, other stuff kind of going wrong with bones. And some paleontologists are quick to say, oh, that's a new species. And some are a little bit more cautious, and they say, well, it might be a pathology. Hey, Moon Pie. Hey, come here. Oh, she doesn't want to say hello. With Mini Pie's already here on the desk. I was hoping we would get a Moon Pie sighting today. That'd be all 3 cats in one stream. We haven't had very many of those yet. Anyhow. So it's a great question, Casey Snowart, and it's something that paleontologists consistently argue about. Hey, Moon Pie. Come here. Do you want to come up over here? Come here. Come on up. Come say hello. Come say hello, Moon Pie. Hey. Come here. Come on. Come up and say hello. I'm scared of Mini Pie. I want to get you on camera. We can get a cat trick. We almost never get that. All 3 cats. It's been like a month since you've been on stream, Mini Moon Pie. Come here. I can try and force it. I can try and just tilt the camera down so we can say hello to Ms. Moon Pie. Part Moose, Part Squid, thank you for the 28 months of support. I really appreciate that, Part Moose, Part Squid. Thank you. For keeping me here online for the past 28 months. That's really impressive. And I appreciate it. Moon Pie is a bit of a diva sometimes, Miss Yvette. Yeah. And Wheel62 says maybe it was just old. I mean, that does seem to be the case for Nidoceratops, aka Diceratops. There might be something like osteoporosis going on with it. Yeah. Its status is the subject of ongoing debate among paleontologists. Some authors consider Nidoceratops a valid distinct taxon, even though there's only been one ever found, while others consider it to be an unusual specimen of Triceratops. We've got hundreds, some would say thousands of specimens of Triceratops. With that many, you're gonna get some weird stuff going on, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Triceratops to the left, Nidoceratops on the right. We've got so much individual variation in Triceratops, and stratigraphic variation, and ontogenetic variation, and these fossils can also get deformed by the rocks that they're in. You know, geological processes, diagenesis, can shape these fossils in weird ways. They can smush them and compact certain parts, and I don't know. I am definitely not convinced that Nidoceratops is a valid genus. I think it's just a weird-looking Triceratops. Kind of like how this Triceratops here has got this smushed snout on it. You shouldn't have the nasals bowing down like that, but that's because of compression in the rocks. So yeah. Gotta love n=1 datasets. I know, right? Part Moose? Oh boy. Yeah. Anywho, I do think it is a wonky-looking Triceratops the Raven, but other paleontologists disagree. You know, Nick Longrich, who was on our crew in Wyoming last year, I think he named Nidoceratops, didn't he? Isn't that one of his taxa? Yeah. Oh no, Andrei Sorogevich Ukrainsky gave the animal its current name Nidoceratops in 2007. I wonder what Nick Longrich would have to say about this. But yeah, there is the only known skull in the Smithsonian. I think it's just Triceratops. But other researchers disagree. Other ceratopsian workers might say, oh no, it's definitely valid. Look at the weird holes in its frill. Could be pathological, but, you know, yeah. And Casey says, aren't fossils kind of smooshed anyway? How can you know how to reform it, especially if it's truly a new species? So many variables? Exactly, Casey Snowheart. You speak the truth. So many variables with this kind of thing. There's So many things to consider. There are some papers. There was a paper on Australian sauropods that came out a few years ago that they were trying to come up with like a standardized way to kind of scan the fossils into a computer and then undeform them in the computer. Like basically make a 3D scan of these fossils and then unsquish them in the computer so they could be more easily studied, and you could kind of separate the smushness from being underground from actual morphology of those bones and figure out what shape the bones actually were in life. But nobody's really done that in ceratopsian dinosaurs yet. And someday somebody will, and it'll be a really important paper. It'll get cited a lot. Hopefully it'll help revolutionize our understanding of ceratopsian dinosaurs and why their horns and frills are the different shapes that they are. It'll help clarify certain things. Because we know that there is a wide variety of horns and frills of horned dinosaurs, ceratopsians here. But for things like Nidoceratops, it probably is a result of maybe disease or other deformity and deformation in the rock layers. What we call diagenesis. Like what happens in the rocks as the rocks are turning to rock. When all of that sediment that the animal was buried in turns to stone and compacts, it also deforms the bones that are in there to a certain extent. It can squish them or bend them. And that's an important thing to consider when you're studying these fossils. Atlas Brood says, why is there basically a small group of dinosaurs, for instance Triceratops, T-Rex, Velociraptor, that have the most specimens? While other dinosaurs don't have that many specimens, as in what is the most well-known dinosaurs that also made the most specimens? So Triceratops is an excellent example of a dinosaur for whom we have lots and lots and lots of specimens. And that was because, A, it was really common when it lived, but also it's a very well-known dinosaur, it's very popular, and so a lot of different museums wanted to have specimens of this dinosaur in their museums, so they sent crews out specifically to find Triceratops for display in different museums. Same with T-Rex. But also it was a common dinosaur to start with. Velociraptor is not particularly common. I think there's probably like maybe half a dozen Velociraptor skeletons in the world. Maybe fewer. Velociraptor was a really obscure dinosaur until Jurassic Park came out. And we still don't have very many skeletons. There's, again, probably fewer than a dozen, maybe a half dozen in the world. T-Rex, we've got about 50 for Tyrannosaurus. And most of those are fairly fragmentary, incomplete skeletons. But you've got other dinosaurs that a lot of people have never heard of. You know, if you know a thing or two about dinosaurs, you're familiar with Coelophysis. Yeah. And there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons of this dinosaur. Coelophysis. And these guys all died in one place at one time. Or at least they died close in time to each other, and then all the skeletons got washed together by probably the return of the seasonal rains. There's probably a really bad drought, a bunch of these dinosaurs died, and then when the rains returned, all these dinosaur carcasses got washed together. A place called Ghost Ranch in New Mexico. Find you a video about that. Here we go. From the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. One of my old friends and colleagues works on Coelophysis.
Ghost Ranch is kind
Danny
of
Barta.
the idealistic old western set There are these beautiful red cliffs that are surrounding the ranch itself. But down in the basin, just below Ghost Ranch, you get red and purple and green and white badlands. And those are the places that are really good to find fossils. It's definitely the best place to find early carnivorous dinosaurs in the world. I'm Sterling Nesbitt. I am a research associate of the American Museum.
And Salamander says, so I guess I was wrong. Popularity and number of specimens don't necessarily correlate. They don't necessarily correlate. Some of the most popular dinosaurs, we have just one specimen of. Does anybody remember this dinosaur? Maybe you saw the 2000 Disney film Dinosaur. Maybe you've seen some of the Jurassic World movies. I think they also have this dinosaur, Carnotaurus. There's precisely one specimen of this animal that's been found. It's a really good specimen. Even preserves skin and stuff. But it's still just one. Just one in the entire world has ever been found. Of Carnotaurus. That's all we've got of this critter, is one skeleton. Even though it's really, really popular, we've only ever found one. So yeah. It's... Some dinosaurs just get really good press, you know? It's like they've got a good agent. Other dinosaurs, we've got literally hundreds or thousands of specimens, and nobody's ever heard of these. Nobody in the general public has ever heard of these dinosaurs. Falcarius might be a good example of this. This lovely dinosaur here is, I think, going to be one of the most important theropod dinosaurs for understanding the evolution of this group and the transition from carnivory to herbivory. There are so many specimens of this animal that, there's a whole documentary about it called Utah's Dinosaur Graveyard.
Really long.
Highly recommend.
Got every element of the animal represented except for...
Here we go.
Aphrodicus. Now, this new find promises
there's Papa Jim there.
Ever.
We're very fortunate in this site. We have so much skeletal material from babies to adults. We have every element of the animal represented except for a few parts of the front of the skull and the front of the jaws. It was an animal that probably reached about 3 feet at the hips.
This is Falcarius.
Walked on its hind legs. Had a particularly long tail. Got large forelimbs with large raptorial claws. Basically, even for an animal with 3 foot hip height, this thing could probably palm a basketball with its large hands.
Imagine you were only
neck.
3 feet tall at the hip. Well, I guess you could be 6 feet tall at the top of the head then. But yeah, I don't know. For a dinosaur this size to be able to palm a basketball is
a fairly
impressive.
small, elongate head. Particularly interesting in this is it's got very tiny teeth. This thing has probably over 100 teeth, and these tiny teeth were not what you would expect in a typical meat-eating dinosaur.
It wasn't a meat-eating dinosaur,
This
at least
group
not
of animals is thought to be classically plant-eating animals. This is one that is so primitive it might be in the transition.
Yeah. Evolving from a
Falcarius is literally
carnivore
caught
to
in
an
the
herbivore.
act of evolving from a predator into a plant eater.
Super important
The thing
dinosaur.
that really struck me about this site and the animal once I saw the teeth and the vertebra was that we had a therizinosaur, an animal that's best known from Asia. Only a couple years earlier, a fellow by the name of Doug Wolf and myself, we described the first therizinosaur ever found in North America.
Yeah,
And that was
Nothronicus.
pretty exciting. We were charged. And then just a couple years later, we stumble onto this animal.
Yeah.
And this animal is much, much older, perhaps the oldest one in the world. We have the biggest collection of material from this animal of any specimen anywhere in the world.
It is a find Kirkland was grateful to get. It was a private collector who discovered this valuable dinosaur graveyard on federal property, land previously surveyed for fossil sites and then passed over.
The site was discovered...
Anyway, Yeah, it was discovered by a private collector, and then he was working there illegally, and anyhow. Shoot, there's Don DeBlue right there. Back when he used to have a really shaggy haircut.
Through the matrix until we hit one of the
numbers. What attracted them to this particular place? These are just some of the questions Kirkland's team...
Scoot back a little bit more.
Falcarius provides the key to understanding how this bizarre group of enigmatic plant eaters, known as therizinosaurs, evolved. More importantly, Falcarius is the link to how a group of small, fast, and vicious meat eaters changed into large, slow, lumbering plant eaters. The clues lie in the million bones buried deep within these rocks. But can they answer all the questions about these mass deaths? What caused Falcarius to die in these huge numbers? What attracted them to this particular place? These are just some of the questions Kirkland's team hopes to answer as they search for clues in this dinosaur graveyard. Don DeBlue manages the removal of these prehistoric remains.
Here's Uncle Don.
Well, here in the dig site, we have about a meter of bone bearing.
So nowadays, Don is clean shaven. I don't remember if Don got married after this, but I don't think Don's wife now, likes the facial hair. So he's clean shaven nowadays, and his hair is cropped a lot shorter in the back. Not so much of a mullet thing going on anymore. But yeah.
And the bones are distributed pretty evenly throughout that meter. And we use our little picks to just kind of push gently through the matrix until we hit one of the little nodules. You can feel that. Then take the brush.
Yep.
Sweep.
Don is meticulous in his excavations. He's very precise about how we do things, and it makes him a good quarry manager. Don is the sort of person that you want teaching you how to dig these things up in the first place. He does a good job of that. So yeah, he's definitely, goes without saying, he's a tremendous asset to the Utah Geological Survey, and we generally don't like to have new people on the crew unless Don is around, because he's really good at teaching you how to dig in the first place.
Put it into our bucket.
Many of Falcarius's bones are encased in minerals.
This lightish brown color is the carbonate nodule. This darker brown and black is actually the bone sticking out of the nodule. Occasionally we hit some nice little things that don't have a lot of nodule around them. In this case, there's a beautiful little toe bone here of a juvenile animal.
Because this Falcarius toe bone is not encrusted in rock, it is quite fragile. Glue is used to help harden it.
A few drops of that on there.
Layer by layer, every bone fragment from this massive graveyard becomes a new piece of evidence.
Yep.
The small nodules we can collect, just wrap them up in toilet paper. Some of the larger things we'll use the medical bandage to make a little gypsona jacket around it.
Yep.
Back at the
you'll be seeing more of those in
these
Utah this
fossils
summer.
become the clues
and probably in
to
Wyoming
solving
too.
the mysteries surrounding the life and death of Falcarius.
Yeah. And Atlas Brood wants to know, what dinosaur would make the best pet,
Blue is cheap.
you reckon? That's a good question. That is a good question. And yeah, my standard answer for this kind of thing is this dinosaur. Culindrodromeus. Right here, sweetie. Like, I can't see. Nope. Wrong button. There we go. Culindrodromeus is a little beaky plant-eating dinosaur, kind of a basal ornithischian. What we might call a speedo, small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian, SBEDO. I learned that term last summer, and I've been using it all over the place. It's a colloquial term. Lindsay Zano's crew uses that, and I think it's charming. Speedo, small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. So it's a little beaky plant-eating dinosaur. No huge, sharp teeth or claws or horns. it's that's not a very big animal. And probably would have been pretty fuzzy because we have found fossil feathers on it. So, presumably would have been almost kind of cuddly. So if you're looking for a pet dinosaur, a pet non-bird dinosaur from the Mesozoic era, it might be a good one right there. Yeah. And Batao says, very good term. Yeah, isn't that nice? Small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. And what are those plants? Those are probably horsetails, I think. Yeah. Horsetails. They might be similar to, like, genus Equisetum. They grow in marshy environments today. They were everywhere during the age of dinosaurs. These have been replaced by flowering plants in a lot of different ecosystems, but before flowering plants evolved, these kind of plants were all over the place. They're very fast-growing. They're surprisingly nutritious for animals who eat them. Horsetails were probably at the base of a lot of dinosaur food chains, you could say. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, I can't get to my stream deck. I guess I could go into OBS here. There we go. Yeah. And how big are the plants in this pic? Not very big, Mascari. Again, this dinosaur is maybe about 5 or 6 feet long. Like, Sweetie Pie, I can't see. There we go. You know, like that. So it's not a big dinosaur. It's not a big dinosaur. Maybe about 3 feet tall. Maybe about 1 meter tall. Yeah. And Waterdrop says, what would be the closest resemblance to a therizinosaur? So therizinosaurs in general, there's a bunch of different kinds. A bunch of different genera and species. Therizinosaurida. There we go. That's a pretty decent one. It's like Nothronicus right there. It's a pretty good one there. 2. These would have been weird-looking dinosaurs. Really big. Really, probably pretty slow-moving. Very bird-like dinosaurs, but in a weird way. I would say they're almost kind of sloth-like. You see right here, like a giant ground sloth, except these guys evolved tens of millions of years before sloths were even a thing. So it's more like sloths are more therizinosaur-like than vice versa. But they're cool critters. And Erlikosaurus is a good example of this clade, and I really love this illustration right here. That's a really nice one. Kind of a depiction of what this animal might look like in life. Probably pretty shaggy, kind of upright in its stance. Unlike most meat-eating dinosaurs, they kind of reared up on their hind legs like this. That's kind of their natural stance. They had hips that evolved specifically to kind of shift their center of balance backward, so that they could have this more upright stance for reaching up into the treetops. You know, almost kind of like this. There's one kind of sitting down. But that's a pretty good depiction of what a therizinosaur might be like in life. There's kind of an older one there, older illustration. But yeah, imagine these guys. Yeah, using their long arms to kind of reach up into the branches to pull soft leaves down that they can munch on. Almost kind of like that, but that's a little cartoony. That's a better one, despite being more cartoony. That's a better, better depiction there. So yeah, Sweetie Pie, you're really blocking the camera. Yeah. You closing your eyes? The camera is. Oh. almost looks like you don't have any eyes. Oh. Let's do some face squishes. I know you love that. I know you love that. Yeah, squish up that face. Oh. That's one of her favorite things. Oh, look at those teeth. What a fearsome beast. What a fearsome beast. Oh, she's not in the mood for that right now. Fair enough. And
minutes, they were finding fossils.
Ari Gotoku, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Anywho, well, let's get back to Falcurious. That's a cool dinosaur to talk about, and I feel like it's cool seeing my colleagues in a video like this.
Voila. The inside of the grid should be the meter line.
That's
so
Jim
under
talking.
The metal is just outside the grid.
Just outside the grid, then.
Using a grid, Kirkland's team records each bone on a site map. This places each fossil in its unique position.
You'll see more of this
tool in sorting clues in a graveyard that may contain 1 million fossilized fragments.
So a lot of the same gear that you're seeing in this video from 2007, I guess this would have been the 2005 or 2006 field season, you will see many of these same exact items. I don't mean the same make and model of item, I mean the same exact object. Like these individual items. You'll see a lot of these this summer because we still have a lot of this gear. We still use a lot of the same brushes, a lot of the same pieces of conduit to be the shade tarp poles. The plumb bob is probably the same one that we use every year. Yeah, yeah. And Ari Gotoku says, dinosaurs and cats, perfect place to be? I'm glad you think so. Hey, Mini Pie, you want to come say hello? Come here. Got another cat coming over. And not this year, says Murph. Well, this year in Utah, it'll be a lot of the same gear. Because the other stuff belongs to the other project for Wyoming. And we'll be able to use that stuff year after year after year. But it's a different organization. The Utah Geological Survey is who we work with in Utah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Dino Wolf, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. There.
All right.
Let's continue.
See that little nodule? Right down there.
And there you go,
It's
Herdy.
time-consuming,
Yes,
and it's
indeed.
not for everybody. You know, it's very tedious work.
That's not worth
I wouldn't call it tedious, Don.
The neat thing is
Precise
as I push
patient
this needle through and I hit something, you know, that's never...
Murph?
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Ariga Getuko.
Thank you, Murph. I really appreciate that. Ari, enjoy.
Never been
Good
seen
stuff.
by anybody before. It's been buried here for 125 million years. It's just another piece of the puzzle to help put this animal together, our knowledge of what it was like. So really, I think it's the discovery that keeps you going.
So yeah, remember that voice in that
Help
face
put
there.
this animal together, our
You'll see a lot more of Don this summer.
knowledge of what it was like. So really, I think it's the discovery that keeps you going.
These graveyard bones hold many secrets, but they aren't the entire story. To understand why all these animals died here, and why these bones were preserved when most of this time period was not, it's necessary to look beyond the fossils. The Suarez twins from Temple University found evidence of a spring by looking at the rocks.
It's like telling a story. It's, you know, using the rocks to tell a story. So not only are the bones important, but the rocks that the bones are found in are important. That's the reason why we stay looking at the rocks. You know, we look at it. Dinosaur bones are really pretty.
So it's funny how the producers of this documentary really played up the whole twins angle on this with Selena and Marina Suarez. I don't think either of them get individual interviews in this documentary. They're always together, which, you know, I think that's funny.
Why we stay looking at the rocks. You know, we look at it. Dinosaur bones are really pretty. Oh, they're very pretty. And we love them. We love them a lot. But the rocks are also, they tell the story, a part of the story that sometimes the bones can't always tell us.
Yep.
So the top layer that we saw was the initial piece of evidence that pointed us towards the spring deposits.
There you go, pattern juggler, yeah.
And then the other deposits that we found were the bones, were the rocks that were at the base of the quarry. And these rocks have very similar aspects to the modern spring deposits that we see at the Crystal Geyser. This piece here is a young modern deposit. The radial structure that you see of the crystals moving away from the center is also seen in pieces of this rock.
One of the theories that's been proposed.
And shoot, we were here this past summer. We got to go swimming at Crystal Geyser along the Green River, near Green River, Wyoming. Green River, Utah, excuse me. It's confusing. There's Green River, Utah and Green River, Wyoming. I'll be doing field work near Green River, Wyoming in a couple of weeks. But then our field work in Utah is also near Green River, Utah. And the Green River, which is an actual river, it's usually brown instead of green, but that runs past Green River, Wyoming, and then down into Utah, and then near Green River, Utah. So, anyway.
For why the Crystal Geyser dinosaur quarry was preserved, and one that I kind of like myself, is that it was preserved by a coating of carbonates laid down by a spring deposit. I like to tell people it was a scab on the erosional surface that preserved the bones in place.
Interesting.
The modern Crystal Geyser spring is coincidentally located near the Falcarius gravesite. It vividly demonstrates this theory.
These are the kind of minerals that we see preserving the bones, calcium carbonate encrusting the bone. What we have here are somewhat older spring deposits on the order of thousands of years that have been exposed by the Green River, cutting through them. Some of the carbonates that were studied by the Suarez sisters have some similar features, and it's one of the lines of evidence they've used to suggest that spring deposition may be an important part of why this quarry was preserved where it was.
The slide that I have on the screen right now is approximately 125 million years old. These are rocks that we found at the Crystal Geyser dinosaur quarry. And then the slide that I have on right now is a piece of the modern Crystal Geyser, probably no older than 1,000 years old. So when you look at the different crystal structures, they look pretty similar, and that's how we've been able to put together a little bit of evidence to determine that the Crystal Geyser dinosaur quarry was deposited either in or near a spring.
The same deposits that preserve the bones in the dinosaur graveyard must now be carefully removed in the lab.
When we discover a fossil in the field, the first step is to make
there.
a plaster jacket to protect the fossil so that we can bring it back to the lab.
You'll see plenty of that this summer. Lots of jacketing.
We saw apart the jacket, revealing the fossils entombed within the rock. And then we have preparators who spent hundreds of hours carefully detailing, removing rock, or what we call the matrix. And
so that device right there is called an air scribe. It's basically a tiny pneumatic jackhammer. So it's got a little needle on it, almost like a record needle. And then that vibrates because it's pneumatized. You've got it hooked up to an air compressor. And so you use that to chip away bits of rock in order to clean the surface of the bone so that you can see the surface of the bone and you can study it.
slowly chip away the rock, revealing the bone within it.
Tom Millithan is chipping away on the Falcarius fossils
Very
at the
meticulous
Utah
pattern juggler,
Geological
yes.
Survey labs.
Yeah.
The first thing we do is we take the bottom of the field cast off.
Field jacket. It drives me nuts when people call it a cast. Because I feel like that confuses people. It's a jacket, not a cast. A cast in paleontology is a replica of a bone. You mold it and you cast it. That's why it's called a cast. The protective cocoon that we put around fossils in the field is called a field jacket. Or because it's made of plaster and burlap, we call it a plaster jacket. A cast is something entirely different, totally different concept.
Then we start working down through the matrix till we start hitting bone. You can see right here, I'm starting to hit bone.
The rock or mineral which surrounds the bone is known as the matrix. This material must be painstakingly removed using dental picks and small drills.
And
it's an air scribe rather
when
than
the
a drill.
matrix is too hard to get off, we have to use another solution. We acid etch it. This is the portion that we're trying to acid etch off to get the matrix off and get down to the bone. And you can see here where we've actually, the acid has etched it down, and you can start seeing the bone, and we can start working on it.
After carefully cleaning the bones, scientists are able to view them in their entirety.
Over 95% of fossils that are collected in the field end up in the museum collections out of public view. This is where scientists who are doing research on animals come to compare the bones they've found in the field to bones of known dinosaurs and other animals that we keep in museum collections.
And I wonder where this is. Is this the old University of Utah collections here, before they had the new museum built? Or is this at Lindsay Zano's institution in North Carolina? I think it might be before she got the job in North Carolina.
For instance, when we find the claws of Falcarius, we might come to collections and compare them to other meat-eating dinosaur claws that we know of, such as this thumb claw from Allosaurus.
Bingo. Allosaurus, right here. Yeah, the state fossil of Utah. Good old Allosaurus.
Or a claw from one of its closer relatives, one of the raptor-like dinosaurs.
Comparing the bones of Falcarius to other animals is the first step in a lengthy investigation. Every bone is carefully examined for clues. Within the fossils of this primitive therizinosaur, the transition from predator to plant eater is waiting to be found. Bone by bone, Falcarius reveals its precious secrets. Some of the answers to the mysteries surrounding Falcarius can be found in the time it was living. During the early Cretaceous era, temperatures were rising.
Early Cretaceous period. Mesozoic era, Cretaceous period, anyway.
And so were sea levels. It was a period of remarkable change.
It wasn't until the early Cretaceous that one group of carnivores evolved to be probably, as far as we can tell today, herbivores. Falcarius, though, is a true missing link. Here we have an animal that allows us to tell the story of how we went from a velociraptor-type predator to something that was a large-bodied, full-blown plant eater. Now, another interesting thing is going on in the world at this time. Flowering plants are appearing for the first time and really starting to take over. And it may be that this spread of these new plants helped to lead to the evolution of Falcarius, this predator turned herbivore.
The discovery of Falcarius provides a unique opportunity to see what features this
It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a
paleontologist, he's supposed to say. I don't know why that alert closed so quickly. Joel929XD, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here.
Preserved from its meat-eating ancestors.
So how do we know that therizinosaurs evolved from raptor-like dinosaurs? When we find an animal that's primitive, like Falcarius, we're able to look at its anatomy and see things that have been retained from its ancestors. For instance, in the case of Falcarius, which represents early therizinosaurs, we're still able to see predatory features like sharp claws. In the case of raptor dinosaurs, folding arms. This is the forelimb of Falcarius. One of the things that's easy to recognize about it is that it basically looks like a raptor dinosaur.
It does. It looks almost like a Deinonychus forelimb.
Elongate. The bones are not thick and robust. The claws are still predatory dinosaur claws. There hasn't been that much change in the forelimb.
When we look at the legs of this animal, one of the really significant features we see with Falcarius is the lower leg bones are significantly longer than the upper leg bones. These are features we see in running animals. It's a real character of all the Maniraptorans, Velociraptor, the Oviraptors.
The sharp claws, long forelimbs, and fast running capabilities all trace back to the raptor roots of Falcarius.
All later therizinosaurs that we know of have femurs that are longer than the lower legs. This is a sign of an animal that's moving much more slowly. In addition, this animal still has a pretty typical theropod three-toed foot with three functional toes, but the little dew claw here in later therizinosaurs becomes larger and actually becomes a weight-supporting toe once again.
What makes Falcarius unique in the fossil world is that now, for the first time, scientists have a missing link. A step in the evolutionary transformation from a predatory raptor to a plant-eating therizinosaur.
Pretty cool.
One of the things we know you have to do to build a therizinosaur is to take a velociraptor-like animal and give it a huge gut and shrink its legs down, add a couple extra toes, and lengthen its neck and shrink its head and give it small leaf-shaped teeth instead of those sharp blade-like teeth like a predatory dinosaur would have. Previously, we had no real information on how this transition was happening. With the discovery of Falcarius, we're able to take an in-depth look, sort of a time slice in evolution, and take a close look at what areas of the skeleton are changing.
When we look at the hip region here, we see some features that are very important in the therizinosaurs that are developed much more so later. They begin to flare the hip out laterally, pull the bones at the base of the hips back, basically creating a large basket to support the digestive system that a plant-eating animal needs. And this
plant eaters got to have a much bigger gut because plants are more difficult to digest than meat. They require more time in the gut. You've got to like exert more effort to extract enough nutrients out of them. So you need a bigger gut as a plant-eating animal. You know, think about a panda bear. That's a big old gut, almost Buddha-esque, versus, say, a cheetah. You know, a hyper-carnivorous animal, only eats meat. You know, part of that is lifestyle, too. Pandas just kind of roll around and eat bamboo, but they've got that big old gut for digesting those plants. Does that make sense?
We've begun to do this, and there's really not much reason you would start expanding your abdominal cavity unless you were going to process something that was more difficult to digest.
Yeah.
In a unique twist of evolution, Falcarius represents a meat-eater forsaking its bloodthirsty ancestry as it becomes a vegetarian.
I can relate.
If we take a look at this meat-eating dinosaur that would have been a close relative of Falcarius, you can see it has sharp blade-like teeth that would be serrated like a knife. If we look at the teeth of Falcarius, you notice they're smaller, more densely packed. They're not serrated the same way that the meat-eating teeth were, and they're leaf-shaped, so they're much better suited for eating plants.
The enlarged gut and smaller teeth were directly related to the change in diet that occurred with Falcarius. Other more subtle changes were just beginning.
And then as a really exciting feature, we see this specialized elongate neck. Now, as you look at this neck, it looks heavy, but the bones are full of air sacs. And really, none of the bone in this neck is more than 2 millimeters thick. If you filled the dried neck bones with helium, they'd probably float. Now, for Falcarius, we had hundreds, thousands of bones all mixed up in the quarry. And when we describe an animal, we have to pick one bone to make the type specimen, to define the species on. And for the case of Falcarius, we picked a bone that had lots of different features to it. You want something that has a lot of parts you can describe.
Very diagnostic,
for this purpose, we used the brain case. Now, the very distinctive feature for Falcarius that we don't see in any other dinosaur are these very large excavations all around the base of the brain case that actually overlap smaller little excavations. This is where air sacs, such as we see around the brain case of birds, are coming in and surrounding this part of the skull. This might have been used for cooling, it might have been for lightening the head. We don't know why in this particular animal, but they're very distinctive.
These air sacs weren't the only feature Falcarius had in common with birds. It probably had feathers. Modern evidence shows that small predatory dinosaurs and modern birds have over 100 similar bony features.
Yep, shoot. And if you type in !turkey into the chat, you'll see some of those in a diagram that I put together a couple of Thanksgivings ago that is downloadable and printable. Thank you, Salamander, for pulling that up. Excellent. Yeah, your Thanksgiving turkey is a dinosaur. Got a velociraptor skeleton and a turkey skeleton, and here's my explanation for these different traits that they share. It's because birds inherited those traits from their dinosaur ancestors. Everything from the half-moon-shaped bones in their wrists, to the structure of their ankles, to the hollowness of their bones, to their S-shaped neck, all the way down to their feathers and their wishbones. Dinosaurs evolved all of these features first, and birds just inherited them. Those are basically evolutionary hand-me-downs from these birds' dinosaur ancestors. Such cool stuff. And we see this in so many different dinosaurs in the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, all the way back into the Triassic, honestly. This diagram can be your guide to that kind of thing, so feel free to download it and print it if you're curious about this. Yeah. I'd rather have fake meat nuggets. Me too, Timmer's Crutch. I had some really good ones last night, actually. Yeah. I'm not a meat guy myself. But if any of you happen to be dissecting a bird carcass for any reason, whether it's for Thanksgiving dinner, or your, I don't know, Anzac Day emu, or your Boxing Day budgie, whatever kind of birds people eat, this diagram can be your guide to all those different dinosaur features that you see in the skeleton. So, yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. And cauliflower cheese bites, those are good too, Salamander, yeah. You know who makes excellent cauliflower cheese? It's Denver Fowler, Salamander. Yeah. Anywho. Here's a link to that video about Falcarius. We're not going to finish that today. I'll give you the link. It's excellent stuff if you want to watch it on your own time. But I have got some emails to send out, and shoot, here is you know.
Now, the very distinctive feature for Falcarius that we
Jim talking about this stuff. This past summer, I was out there doing fieldwork with Jim Kirkland, and will be again this next summer. So let's jump to. Here we go, one of those videos.
Anyway.
Separate from each other.
There's Jim right there.
That's an animal got a lot of growing to do. But other aspects of this animal suggest it might be a smaller related species.
Huh. Anyhow.
You know, we got two disarticulated.
Can't wait to see Jim again.
For a new
Hopefully,
dinosaur.
Before I leave for Wyoming, I could do some streams with
We
Jim.
need to hire a
A stream with Jim.
That's hard to do.
Here's a link to this, and from that you can find the YouTube page. But it is time to wrap up today's stream. So let's do that. I may or may not be streaming tomorrow. We'll see. I gotta take at least one day off this week to work on some science stuff. Maybe that'll be tomorrow, or maybe it'll be Friday. I haven't decided yet. But I want to thank everybody who's helped make today's stream a success. New followers, raiders, resubscribers, first-time subscribers, gifters, cheerers, and of course moderators. Thank you, mods, for everything that you do.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Murph. Thank you, Murph. Tier 3 now. 23 months. That's incredible, Murph. I really appreciate you. Couldn't do this without the support of you wonderful folks, so thank you for that, for making all this possible. Don't go away just yet, though. We are going to be doing a little raid. Let's see who else is here on Twitch at present. And whom can we raid into? Let's see. It looks like Cyant Streams is on now. This is Balint's last stream. He's not streaming tomorrow. So let's go check in with Cyant Streams. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for another fun one today. I may or may not be back tomorrow. We shall see. But everybody, you take care of yourselves and each other. Stay curious. Keep on learning. And I'll see you very soon. In fact, I'll see you right now in Cyant Streams' chat. So let's get into there. See you there.